Tonight on the Black Channel, a Black Channel tradition proudly continues. White supremacy doesn't take a holiday, and neither do we. The Black Channel is live. Unapologetic, unadulterated, and absolutely uncompromising. Greetings, brothers and sisters from around the world, and welcome back to the home, the haven, the stronghold, the everlasting super fortress of intelligent black thought. We are Black Society, and this is the Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the voice of Black America, the Black Authority, broadcasting to you live from the only historically black college and university of higher education and learning in the cosmos. You are, of course, welcome to join us. And join us you shall, because on tonight's program here, so much has happened, and I think that this would be an excellent opportunity for us here to review a few things, because it has been a long and arduous journey and we have a ways in front of us to go. But I think it's a good opportunity for us to take a little bit of inventory, because this is not a singular thing. This is a multifaceted, multi-pronged thing. And so many fronts have been opened up. And I'm going to actually open up the Zoom here in a few minutes to allow you all to go ahead, because I don't have a specific thing I want to discuss here tonight, but I have a number of things that I would like to discuss, because there are things that weigh on us. I don't like to talk about myself. I don't like to talk about myself personally. I'm just the messenger. And I try not to personalize it too much, because you all are the message I came to bring. It's not about me. But as you all know, there are certain things that take particular relevance and deference to me. The murder of Emmett Till, for example, that to me was a grave historical and, dare I say, spiritual significance. And that was why rooting out and punishing the mother of white supremacy, Carolyn Bryant, was so important to me, but also as a historical marker that anybody who stood in our way and anyone who did not act, Kirsten Clark, and anyone else, that this would be hung around their necks without favor, without remorse, and without forgiveness. And that is the reason why certain political figures are not able to show themselves now, and even some who tell themselves that they have a future upcoming. In reality, they don't. But they'll get that later. Certain things have particular significance to us. And these are blood debts that must be paid and will not be overlooked or ignored. I want to come to a couple of things. Let me go ahead and start with one in particular that has been a long-standing thing for me. As you all know, I am from Louisiana. I was born and raised in Shreveport, Louisiana. And as you know, SEC, Louisiana, football, that is almost its own religion down here, and many times it is its own religion. Tiger Stadium is a place that literally registers on the Richter scale. Literally. When they show up down there and they start cutting up at Tiger Stadium, they make noise that registers on the Richter scale. Literally. And for a state that actually has a minor fault line running through it, that's not a great thing, but that's literally how it goes here. So you see, when you have generation after generation of black males in a plantation state with literal laws set up to specifically target us, disenfranchise us, city and parish, what the rest of you call counties, and state governments that particularly specifically convene to target us. It is very, very important when you find out there's something that is so beneficial and generates so much money. We are not just the engine. We're the engine, the transmission, and the wheels. So it has been my personal mission ever since I was in high school, when I had the opportunity to play sports. I had the build for it. I was invited for it. Wasn't in the cards, but when I had the opportunity to do so, I'm very, very, very knowledgeable about these things. And I knew a bunch of fellas who did. I knew a bunch of young men I grew up with who did. And we all knew the numbers. As a matter of fact, they would be told about those things. But opportunity is opportunity. You don't always get to choose what that is. And when it came to this in particular, when you see the attention it gets, when you see the clamoring that it gets, when you see the resources that it generates, and then when you realize how far down it goes, that's inexcusable. Almost 2 decades ago, I was the guy, and as you all know, you've been listening to me all this time, you know I have been banging the drum relentlessly, without mercy, about this issue. Every time I hit Interstate 20 going east, got to go through Alabama. If you're going to head out to, if you're going to go head up to Interstate 95 or whatever, north or south, you got to go through Alabama. You got to go through Georgia. You got to go through Alabama, then you got to go through Georgia. And you go through Alabama. You go by the speedway. And you're reminded of where you are. For those of you who have not been through downtown Birmingham in the last 5 or 6 years, you're barely going to recognize the place. They finished redoing Interstate 20 through downtown Birmingham. Takes this weird S going through there, which kind of slows traffic down, but be that as it may, they've done that. They've built that. I forget the exact name of it. Is it Legends or Heritage Arena? They were building that arena. I took pictures of it when they were constructing it down there in downtown. Right across the street from the Westin. So I'm sitting up there and I'm saying, okay, you go take a look at that. You go take a look at that. You understand how that goes? You wouldn't recognize the place. You would not recognize the place. All these black cities, and what we've done has revolutionized these places. As I pointed out to you all here before, what no one wanted to really make clear to you all, Nick Saban wasn't just the, quote, highest paid coach in college football. That is misleading. He is not the highest paid coach in college football. Nick Saban was literally a line item in the state budget for the state of Alabama. What? Nick Saban was literally a line item in the state budget in the state of Alabama. I mean, y'all, they took on White and I Say So to a whole nother dimension. I covered this years ago. Come on now, y'all remember I covered this years ago. It wasn't just Nick Saban's pay. Remember, Nick Saban got his pay, which was the highest in sports. He got a free house. Him and his wife and basically his whole family all got free cars. What? For those of you who don't remember or didn't know, Him and his whole family, they got a free house. They got him and his wife had several free cars. So the house, the cars, and any damn thing else they wanted was just piled on top of it. If the only thing you counted was his pay, I was letting you all know, by the way, if that's the only thing you're counting, do you realize how much of, access to a private jet? He could do anything he wanted to. Those are just the things that were officially on the books. Don't believe me. Go look this up for yourselves, people. For those of you who have not been listening for the last 10 years, don't believe me. Google it for yourselves. Him and his wife. I don't know what position on the team she plays. But by the way, the house, the cars, everything else. Somebody say he owns a Mercedes-Benz dealership. Is that the one off of 20? When you're going through what's that near Leeds? I don't know. There's that Mercedes dealership right off of 20 when you somewhere near Leeds. I don't know if that's him or not, but I can believe it. I can believe it. I can believe it. They can just take those Maybach GLSs from the plant down there and just come park it at his house. This is just ease of access. So I don't know what position on the team his wife plays, but I do know that was the deal. It wasn't just a car for him. It's for him, his wife, and pretty much anybody else he wants. And what I'm saying is that if all you did was count his base pay, you missed everything, because you get the base pay, bonuses, incentives, and then all these the perks alone were millions of dollars. And that's all state budget. People, that's all state budget. And I bring this up to let you know, so he's living in the lap of luxury for decades. Because remember, he did coach for LSU. So he did coach here in Louisiana. So yeah, he did Louisiana and Alabama. So I am very well aware of Nick Saban. And I'm just letting you know, by the way, he's far from the only one. He is the most egregious, but he's far from the only one. I think I did a story about Harbaugh. I want to say one of the Harbaughs is coaching for a college team, and he's gotten real slick. He's got them paying him with a life insurance policy. What? Damn! Yeah, he's real slick. His contract has a life insurance policy in it. They're paying him through that. So they done got real slick about avoiding taxes and everything else. So I want to say it's one of the Harbaughs he's getting paid, like, he's had them take out a life and pay him, compensate him with a life insurance policy. So he funnels his compensation to that. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, it's live, loan, die. Live, loan, die. So remember, loans are not taxed. So just in case you all were wondering, yeah. The state can put money into the life insurance policy. You can borrow against it, remember, because loans are not taxable. So it's like giving yourself a loan, essentially. If you want to take that route, it is an option. So you've got untaxable income sitting there. And what I'm saying is, I just released my documentary, 8 a.m. More updates on that coming soon here. We'll get to that in a moment. And I'm showing you all that this is a multi-billion dollar industry. The NCAA is multi-billion dollars a year. Multi-billion dollars a year. And these are the young men who generate the income. Nick Saban doesn't. Pitino doesn't. None of them generate this. Those young men are the only ones who make that occur, period. And they were frozen out of getting anything. Now, understand that's a generational mindset to tell somebody you don't deserve to get anything. They were going along with it, with the hope of a pie in the sky in heaven and the hereafter. So these other folk, the white folk, get paid up front, and the black engine, transmission, suspension, drivetrain, differential doesn't get anything. It's told, well, you wait until all the rest of us have eaten, and then if you're lucky, if you can run the gauntlet, then you can eat. And then we're going to come check and make sure you ain't eating too much. So that has always been one of my campaigns and crusades, was to specifically and particularly overturn that egregious system for two reasons. Number one, it is unjust. But number two, because this will force the conversation about money and finance to now happen at the school level. And I'm not talking about college, I'm talking about high school. This will now force the issue. If you're generating billions of dollars, you damn right, you need to have agents, you need to have managers. This will force this issue to come to the forefront when they can actually do something about it. When they're in high school and the conversation starts before they even go to college, now we can start having this discussion while they are still able to do something. And even if they never make it to the pros, they're not going to get screwed over and get nothing unless they just couldn't play. Now, if they just weren't a great player, hey, that's the way it went down. Go see if you can get a degree in accounting. But at least to have this conversation in high school or at least college, it forces the conversation about economics and finance to be had while something can still be done and while you can still make a difference. That's the game changer here. This is the difference now. Remember, in the music business, we didn't really have this discussion widespread until Ice Cube left NWA. You see, the civil rights generation, oh, I got to give it to the old niggas.
Deal with it, nigga.
The civil rights generation sat there, and with very few exceptions, they were just happy to get a Cadillac and get a pat on the head because they wanted to be on stage with Frank Sinatra and white folk. It's not till we get to Ice Cube that it becomes the rule that you need to have not just payment, you need to have ownership. That was a word that was not spoken among black people in the music industry until O'Shea Jackson gambles it all and leaves NWA. That's when we finally started having the word ownership become a normal part of the lexicon of the music industry in America. Finally, on our side of the ledger, the people who control this thing, the people who made the millions and billions of dollars, finally the word ownership started getting mentioned. And it has forever changed the way that things are. The reason why you have an independent music scene on the internet today is not because of rock and roll or country music. It is specifically because of rap and the rappers. It is specifically because of us from the foundation. It is specifically because of us that we brought that mentality. Even if we couldn't get on MTV and couldn't get on the radio, we still brought the mentality of ownership. That has become fully vested part of the culture to the point that now the record labels are reduced to going around hiring strippers and prostitutes and giving them a record deal and crossing their fingers and praying for the best, which is why the music industry is going bankrupt as we speak. That's what they're reduced to doing now, because those are the only people who will sign a slave deal today. The only people who will sign a slave deal today are strippers, prostitutes, sluts, hoes, drug addicts. That's what they're reduced to doing. And the music sounds absolutely pathetic. Your 2-year-old on a Fisher-Price keyboard could do better, but this is what they're reduced to because those are the only people who will sign away their ownership today. Nobody else will. Nobody else will. The music industry is alive and well. The music label industry is what is currently on life support and on its way to its grave. The music industry is alive and well. Music is alive and well, but the music label industry is the one that is currently in hospice. And we're all the better for it. The conversation has changed. The conversation has changed radically. Words that you were told were forbidden, and now you find out what's really going on is that mentioning these words now these other folks, when we have finally broken down the walls and finally after decades of people, remember, for those of you who are old enough now, my old heads in the room, when I say old heads, I'm talking about those of us in our 40s and 50s, you remember back in the 90s, they were telling us that paying college players would be the end of the world. Now, paying the coaches and the chancellors and the deans and the offense, paying everybody else, that was okay. But, if you pay the players, though, Armageddon, there'll be meltdowns, there'll be Sodom and Gomorrah. I mean, that's literally what they were saying. And you know they're saying it today. Nick Saban, goodbye and good riddance. Goodbye and good riddance. I hope he quit coaching because he was such a hater. I hope he did. Let that be his epitaph. And now you notice that it was never about the money. As far as what the problem was, I mean, the problem was always the money, but it wasn't this, you notice that there was no physical issue. They told you that there was that this would cause a physical structural issue. Corruption and players get paid off. Now they have to finally admit, okay, that's not what the problem is. Oh, then that's not what it ever was. Then what's the real issue? And folks, none other than the Los Angeles Times, for those of you who thought that Gavin Newsom was doing something new or novel and that they were on the cutting edge, please understand, that's why this article, I put it up on Twitter, none other than the Los Angeles Times. From this week, take a look at the article that they put up. Opinion. College football is now just a business. Each player a free agent, and the fans lose. What? So let me get this straight. These multi-million-dollar mega deals that rival the NFL's pay structure that they've been giving college coaches, the white college coaches all this time, that wasn't a business. I mean, you weren't talking like this then. No, folks, you didn't see anybody saying this then. They've been paying the coaches and the chancellors and the deans and everybody else. They were, okay, so that wasn't a problem. It's only when it's time to pay the young black men, now all of a sudden, the fans lose. The fans lose how? Are they calling off games? Are they canceling games? Are they refusing to play? How do the fans lose? How is it paying the coaches the fans didn't lose? Paying the players, now the fans lose? Well, how is it that the fans only lose if the players get paid? How the hell is that? Now they're just checking to see, look, can we just run, I'm white and I say so, can we just do that? If you all agree that that's what it is, give me the football emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. It's over 2,600 people in here live on Thanksgiving. And we are, of course, giving the Sermon of Black Empowerment. But if you agree with what I'm saying here tonight, give me the football emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. I want to read some of this article here for you. It says here, over a century later, this year's game was special in its own way. It's the one moment this season when Americans could see on one field both the very worst and what's left of the best in major college football. The Army-Notre Dame rivalry writes its own storylines. The Pope's boys against the Doughboys, religion and the military, the cross versus the saber. Both schools are grounded in moral principle. Both reach for higher callings. This is very rich for the most hedonistic, Sodom and Gomorrah debauched newspaper in America that literally advocates for children and sex to talk about morality. This is just really bizarre for them to speak. This is just real weird for them to try to play the moral police when literally they've made it their crusade to annihilate morality. So folks, welcome to Bizarro World. Says here, or at least they once did. For the Los Angeles Times to try to be the morality police this is just weird. This is just bizarre, man. This is just crazy. Now listen to this. The unlimited money that has flooded into college football since the NCAA changed policy in 2021 after our decades of fighting them to permit college athletes to profit from their name, image, and likeness has sent the two teams in different directions. While federal law prohibits the military service academies, West Point Naval Academy and Air Force Academy, from participating in endorsements, Notre Dame has thrown its lot in with the rest of college football by building one of the top NIL collectives in the country. So successful as a nonprofit that it recently announced plans to go for profit. Damn! Did you get that? It's been so successful as a nonprofit that it recently announced plans to go for profit. So for all you folks out there who keep talking about you want to start a nonprofit, wake up. Now think about that for a few moments here. I want to pause for just a moment to touch on that. Because you see, when you take a look at Mark Zuckerberg and some of these Silicon Valley kids who go to schools like Harvard and MIT, these are schools where the professors in the school and the faculty help them to get venture capital. They help them to be able to make money at the school level. Some of them are in business with their professors. What? Remember, we covered that here for those of you who are new booty. We covered that years and years ago. I'm not just talking about Kevin Spacey and the going down to Vegas gambling thing. I'm talking about even kids in these schools, at these Ivy League schools and whatnot, with their venture capital for their internet startups. Some of them are in business even with professors. Shout out Professor Sky Galloway. Some of them get in on that kind of action. Not saying Professor Galloway specifically in this instance here, but he knows. So when the white kids are being allowed to, okay, you can't run a football and you're not very athletically inclined, but don't worry, we got a lane over here that will leave you flush and overflowing with cash. So you just come up with an idea and we will flood the zone with money. Ain't that right, Elizabeth Holmes and Theranos? And all the other con artists out there, Sam Bankman-Fried, all the other con artists out there, they make sure that they get hundreds of millions and billions of dollars flooded into them as college kids. The schools make sure they line them up and got a lane for them to get that funnel going, while telling our kids, ain't nothing for you. Now they actually put together a collective. It's like, okay, let's make sure they get paid. Here comes the LA Times. Oh, this is immoral. The sodomites of the newspaper industry are yelling about morality. Stop the world and let me off. Why are they not, damn me, embarrassed to do this? Which means that when Army lines up against Notre Dame, the Fighting Irish roster will have been bought and paid for with millions of dollars. The quarterback alone, lured away from Duke this past offseason, cost a cool $1 million. Okay, they've been doing it with the coaches for years. They've been doing this with offensive coordinators for years, athletic directors for years. They've been doing this with the other folk at the schools for years, for decades. How do you think that Nick Saban bounced from LSU to Alabama to the NFL to Alabama? They've been doing this for the white folk for decades. Why this wasn't the end of the sport? Why the Los Angeles Times wasn't sounding any alarms? It's only when they see you getting more than poverty, when they see it's like, damn, you getting enough money, you could actually make some real things pop off. All of a sudden, they start setting off the alarms over moral turpitude from the folk who don't give a damn about morality, from the people who attack morality on a daily basis. Now all of a sudden they're screaming about it. It's like, what weird crackhead dream you wake up out of? Obviously, this isn't about morality. This must be because somebody's getting something that you specifically said they shouldn't, because it will change things. Here they come again. So much for moral principle. You just look weird talking about morality. Los Angeles Times and morality. This is just strange, man. This is just strange. You all need to sit down and stop embarrassing yourselves. Because the next time something immoral comes up, abortion, transgender, next time something like that comes up, you guys will be first in line saying, damn morality. So please sit down, do your meth on a different corner. Don't do your meth and then get at your typewriter and start bamming away on the keys. This is what you come up with. The team now represents capitalism, not Catholicism. Do you really want to open that Pandora's box about the Catholic Church and capitalism? In 1492, Columbus sailed long after everybody else got there. All right. Do you really want to, folks? Some people they just hire these people fresh off of either Twitter or Tumblr. I don't know where they get them from, but they hire these people straight from those kind of places there. And the Los Angeles Times no longer has a problem looking absolutely ignoramus and stupid, being completely historically inaccurate and wrong. They just don't have a problem with it anymore. They used to have a problem with it. Now they just don't. They just say anything. And for what did Notre Dame sell its soul? Moving up a few spots in the national polls. It's through schools like Notre Dame, those that claim a conscience, where we truly see corruptio optima, pessima. The corruption of the best is the worst of all. Name, image, and likeness deals are ruining college football by salami slicing away the game's integrity at several levels. Now, people remember it was Ed O'Banion and other folk but starting with Ed, who sued because they didn't get their name, image, and likeness. They're not being compensated for their name, image, and likeness. Here comes the LA Times. Not on the side of the people. The LA Times is on the side of major corporations and the rich and the wealthy and the oligarchy. That's what the LA Times has come out for. And now here they are just openly just saying, hey, you shouldn't even want to get paid. It's immoral for you. Okay, well, if it's immoral for the students, isn't it more immoral for the deans and chancellors and for the coaches and offensive coordinators and all the other folk there? Isn't it more immoral for them to be getting paid? If it's immoral for the players, then certainly it's immoral. It's immoral for one player to get $500,000. Then it should be outrageously immoral for Nick Saban to get $10 million, right? LA Times, because that's where all this came from. If the coaches were not getting paid, we wouldn't have to worry about that with the students either. So if you're worried about moral corruption because of the students, if that's cutting away, then certainly paying all these coaches, you need to have articles saying enough. Think of the sport. You're ruining the sport. And by the way, you notice they didn't use the word sport. They said college football. Did you notice that? See, this is the kind of evil people that you have at the LA Times. I'm saying the word sport, but I want you all just to notice that they're not saying the word sport. They're saying college football. For those of you who saw my documentary film 8 a.m., you notice that wording is very specific because you're claiming that the students are amateurs, not professionals, that the coaches are professionals, the offensive coordinators are professionals, but the students are not professionals, they're amateurs. They're just playing college football. They're not actually playing a sport. They're playing college football. This is some third category. So there's a reason why I'm saying the word sport, but you notice that in this article, they're not saying that here. And that's deliberately so. This is how devious and demonic a group you're dealing with. White supremacy is left wing and right wing. They're both wings on the same bird. That's why we've always told you, don't get in some stupid discussion about conservative and liberal and Democrat and Republican. It's all white supremacy because both of them have the same goal. As soon as they see you no longer struggling, all of a sudden they tell you, okay, drop it off. You need to stop doing that. Now they're talking to you about morale. They're here to protect your morality by keeping you impoverished. They really do believe that we're the 17th century slaves. They really do believe that. They're trying to appeal to religion. Boy, don't they got a hell of a shot coming for them.
See, don't you Negroes love the Bible and, think about the morality of it? This is just immoral for you to get paid. Think about the sport, the morality. You need to sacrifice yourself for the sport. Sacrifice yourself for college football.
They really are talking to us like this. This is what they get for hanging out with Al Sharpton and Joy Reid too damn much. This is what they get for that. It says here, they separate the haves from the have-nots with astonishing pay imbalances we wouldn't permit even in the littlest leagues. Folks, they already have that now. You've already got that now. You have that in Major League Baseball. Folks have complained about the Steinbrenners and the Yankees for decades. You have that in Major League Sports now. You have that in Major League Sports. You have that in semi-pro. You have that in college sports. Every team can't afford to pay like a Nick Saban. Every state can't afford to pay the coaches the way they pay Nick Saban. So you already have haves and have-nots from a financial perspective in college sports and paying people. This isn't news. This isn't everything's fine right now, but this is creating haves and have-nots. There's always been that. As I said, folks, you have to sit up here and be a congenital degenerate liar or an idiot to sit up here and believe this. We already have it. And they're telling you, oh no, see, just like the Democrats, it'll really get bad if you do that. I mean, I know it's bad now, but it'll really get bad. It's already bad. Yeah, but if you don't do what I say, it'll get real, real bad. It's already real, real bad. Yeah, but it's going to get real, 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 real bad. So here we go again. The centrality of money in the NIL era separates teams from geographies and rivalries. No more Oklahoma State game. No more Oregon State game. No more Stanford USC game. Pursuit of cash has obliterated traditional conferences like the Pac-10. And good riddance. Good riddance and death to all those conferences. Those conferences could have corrected this on their own. The conferences should have made sure that if you're going to pay Nick Saban tens of millions, then you make sure that the players get their cut as well, since they're generating it. So if this is the cost of making sure that they get what they're supposed to, then to hell with the conferences. And that includes SEC. To hell with them. What the hell do we need to preserve them for? What the hell are we preserving? See, I want y'all to understand something. These newspapers like the LA Times, they want advertising. They work with ESPN. You just saw an ad up there from ESPN. So they have a vested interest in preserving the crooked, corrupt system as it stands so they can continue getting them sweetheart deals that they've been getting. Now they're trying to appeal to shaming you, and you shouldn't want all that money. But they're not shaming the college coaches or the schools or universities. They're not doing that. It's literally conferences like the Pac-10. Why do we need conferences? Why do we need them? How does that benefit the players? Hell, how does that benefit the fans? So they just start making up arbitrary, artificial things to make you think there's something more important than you getting compensated. What they don't begin is a discussion about them not being compensated. Now, that's the discussion. They ain't going to start that one. You just shut up and let that ride. That's the way it's supposed to be. Most of all, This new, badly market-driven approach to college sports separates students from student athletes. Now, let's see how they try to thread this needle. In this era, there's nearly no connection between athletes and their schools anymore, with tornado-level turnover expected every season. Folks, for those of you who saw my documentary film, there ain't no damn connection now. You are the belle of the ball at the schools. Look, I saw that in high school. I saw young men in high school who were getting approached by college teams. Y'all know them, the college scouts and whatnot. You're the belle of the damn ball when they show up. Oh, they love you. This would be great. You need to come to our school. Everybody's talking to you all paternalistic. Everybody's smiling. The moment you cannot perform, all those smiles go away. And then you realize, oh, you're just a resource. There was never a connection between the... Do y'all hear how crazy these folks are sitting here talking? As if these schools love their black male athletes. They don't give a damn about you. The only thing they're concerned about is can you perform and keep their school making millions and billions of dollars. If you can perform, you're loved. If you cannot, they literally will not even acknowledge your existence. When y'all talk about the college combine and draft day for the college athletes and whatnot, and you talk about all the white girls sitting on them, those are for the ones who won. Those are for the 20 or 40 who actually won. What about the 300 or 400 who didn't make it? What about that's what you really need to do on Combine Day and on Draft Day. That's what you really need to do. You need to go talk to all the ones who ain't gonna get drafted, who didn't get picked up, who didn't get their name called. You need to go have a camera on their faces. Go see their families. Now that's what you really need to do, and go talk to them about what the schools are going to do for you after that. If there's where's the connection between the athletes and the schools? There isn't. It's a symbiotic relationship. As long as you can produce, you have a relationship. If you cannot, there is none. And they will make it very, very clear. Your ass is kicked to the damn curb. No apologies, no remorse. That's the way the game goes, kid. You are a nothing and a nobody the very next day. Hell, that afternoon. The second you cannot perform and produce, you're done. You're cut right then, right there. Deion Sanders said that when he left Jackson State. He said, hey, in sports, you either moving up or you're moving out. That's it. There is no holding pattern. You're either moving up to the next thing or you moving out. Do y'all see how they're trying to fabricate all these things? They're saying outright lies, trying to fabricate situations and circumstances that we all know don't actually exist, but they're saying, can we just play along and make believe? And then they're mad because we're not make believing anymore. Because at the end of your damn article, we still gonna say, cut the check.
And deal with it, nigga.
At the end of all this bull jive you putting on this page, and at the end of all these words, just understand, you can keep your babbling up all you want to, but we're just letting you know in advance, at the end of all this, the only thing you're going to hear from us is cut the check. At the end of it. What about the conferences? Damn that, cut the check. What about the game? Damn that, cut the check. Morality? Damn that, cut the check. At the end of this, that's all we're going to say. You go ahead and babble and you go ahead and vent. See, that's the situation we in. Right now, we're going to get paid and you sit over there and vent. Usually it's us venting and you getting paid. We're going to get paid now and you're going to sit over there and vent. And when you're done venting, we're still going to do what we're going to do in the first place. And that's going to be what that's going to be. Jack. Now, here's the thing right here that's really upsetting them. The portal, y'all. Oh, the portal is upsetting them bad. Yeah, because this is putting power in the athletes' hands. And now they can start making strategic moves and leveraging it as opposed to being told what they're going to do. See, if they're going to go to the professional football league, shouldn't they learn how to operate as a professional? Part of operating as a professional is learning how to leverage your talent. They're saying you ain't got to leverage nothing. Just go wherever you're. They want the athletes to play for fun while the schools play for money. Do y'all get that? They want the athletes to play for fun You just get some enjoyment. Just be happy here. So the athletes are being told you need to play for fun. But the folk at the school ain't playing for fun. They're playing for money. Ain't that something? Nobody's telling Nick Saban that he needs to play for fun. He said, you either make me the highest paid coach in NCAA football or I'm leaving. Nick Saban said, either I get top dollar or I'm leaving. So nobody is at the LA Times is giving Nick Saban or Ed Ogeron or any of these other folk, they're not giving any of them the play for fun speech or the play for fun lecture. Only us. Yeah, kiss my ass and cash that check. Now, they say here that the endorsement supercharged transfer portal has turned college football coaching into a cross between speed dating and a pickup game. It's like attempting leadership inside a washing machine. Coaches literally buy time-limited loyalty with car dealership dollars. Some, like Colorado's Shedeur Sanders. Damn! Oh, you knew that was coming. You want to know why they hating on Deion? You knew this was coming. Some, like Colorado's Shedeur Sanders, season price tag $6.2 million, barely bothered to show up for in-person class. Though, to be fair, he did get around to it in his third semester on campus. College football players have turned into freelancers. Now, folk, let me go ahead and back into that show up for class thing. Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, you talk about all these white folk who went to these Ivy League universities. They sit up here and talk about the Ivy League universities and they dropped out and left. Nobody ever sits up here and says, by the way, if you went to MIT, do you even show up for class? Yeah, let's get to the nitty gritty here. We're going to compare apples to apples. By the way, for those of you who are sitting up here with the slave mindset on, dancing the jig, chewing on your thistle, by the way, you know what, the white kids of these Ivy League universities and whatnot, nobody's asking if they went to class, specifically for the legacy people. If you're a legacy student, they're not checking up to see if they went to class, and nobody's checking up to see if they graduated. As a matter of fact, why, they brag if you didn't graduate. They brag if you didn't graduate. They brag about it. It's only with us that this symbolic thing will, you need to make sure you cross all your I's and dot all your T's. Sir, don't you mean dot your I's and cross your T's? Shut up, nigger. The 720 degrees of analysis you'll receive absolutely nowhere else. Everything I'm saying is absolutely factual, irrefutable in its logic. When you go to class, or you get all these artificial stipulations put on you. When they go, it's, I'm white and I say so, freestyle. However we want to run it. And of course, the son of a man who knows the system, knows the game, and has always understood that athletics is temporary. Your ability to perform as an athlete is temporary. I was there when Deion Sanders was in his heyday. I was there when he was jumping from one team to another. I was there when he was playing football and baseball. I saw the whole damn thing. And for a while, it seemed like prime time would just be there forever. And of course, that's not the case. It can't be. You're going to have a good run. You might have a good long run. But eventually the run is over. And when it is, what are you going to have at the end of it? Deion we all know Deion ain't playing no damn games with you folks sitting up here going after your ceremonial, symbolic titles. He was like, we're going to go after the concrete tangibles. And he has taught his sons to do the same damn thing right out the gate. And the first thing these folks are telling them, you shouldn't want no prosperity. You need to be showing up for class. As opposed to what they do with the white kids in grooming them for the real world. They're telling your kids, well, okay, make sure you show up for class now. Well, why are we not, if he's able to perform outside of this, why are we not doing that? Because he can always go back to college. Folks, for those of you who are on that train, by the way, I had that conversation with Mahmoud Abdul Rauf. I had that conversation with him. Got a whole room full of people with college degrees sitting in there interviewing him. And it's like, how many of us are working in the field that we got our degrees in? And it's like, okay, if you got a chance to go to the NBA or go to the NFL, you should go. You can well, what about college? You can always go back to college. Dude, the college gonna be there. LSU is gonna be there. Even if you get drafted, even if you don't. If you get drafted out of LSU gonna be there. And if you don't get drafted, LSU is going to be there. And if you get up and leave the school tomorrow, LSU is going to be there. So is USC. So is CU. So are all the others. You can come back in 10 days. You can come back in 10 months. You can come back in 10 years. The school gonna be there. And even if their school mystically, magically was not there anymore, it's gonna be another college. You can go back to college whenever you want to. What you cannot do is be a 19-year-old with a chance to play in the NFL, the NBA, the NHL, to find out what could have been. Now, that's the one thing you'll never be able to do again. You can always go back to college. Always. Now, that's me giving you platinum game. Before these folks try to put you in a damn head trip and fool you. What we need to be focusing on is making sure that if you do get a shot, that you ain't getting screwed out of what you're supposed to get and that you get all your equity out of it. Now, that's what we're supposed to be focusing on. Instead, they say, don't worry about the money. Don't worry about the equity. Have fun. That's what these folks in the LA Times are telling you. Don't worry about your equity that you're building up. You just have fun. Meanwhile, they tell the coaches, wink, wink, we all know it's business. Now we're just being smart and saying, yeah, don't worry about, don't get fooled and hoodwinked by this bull crap they're trying to feed you. You keep your eye on this money over here. You keep your eye on that. They talking about I need to go to class. You will, but then again, when they're winning championships, they wasn't whooping nobody's ass about class. They want you to win. Okay, well, you let them take care of your classes. You take care of winning. And we take care of making sure you're not broke at the end of it. They go on to say, but here's the thing. We already have the National Football League. College football was never meant to be about the raw quality of the game. What? Do y'all hear these crazy ass people on this article? College football was never meant to be about the raw quality of the game. It was always about the traditions, the rivalries, the teams. Army still has a team. Most colleges don't. They have a rotating cast of free agents. So when even a school like Notre Dame has run Rudy off the field, what's left? A junior varsity NFL. I think fans will lose interest before long because what's left to love? Now, do you understand what they're telling you there? College football was never about the raw quality of the game. People, if that's true, then why do we have damn me $100 million stadiums? Why do you have deals with Jefferson Pilot and Ray Star and ESPN? If it's about the quote, if it's never been about the raw quality of the game, if it's about traditions, why do you have all those bowl games? If it's about tradition, it's not about the game, and yet you've got professional quality production at all these college games. And yet the LA Times is telling you that the University of Southern California isn't about the raw quality of the game? They're literally telling you this, folks. The college games, the college athletes have the same gear, the same everything that the NFL has access to. They've got all of it. All the technical equipment, the camera equipment, the rigging, the lighting, the microphones and the headsets of the quarterback. They got everything that the New York Giants have, everything that the Green Bay Packers have, Colorado State, Texas State, LSU, they all got it. And he's telling you here that college football was never meant to be about the raw quality of the game. And meanwhile, what's been going on for the last 50 years? And no LA Times in sight to wag its finger at USC or any of these other colleges and tell them it's not about the raw quality of the game. It's about tradition. Hey, don't be paying Nick Saban like that. It's about tradition. When it was time to wag their finger at the coaches, they didn't do that and say, hey, it's about tradition. This isn't a good old days nostalgia argument. No, it's not. It's an I'm white and I say so argument. College players should be paid for their difficult, dangerous work. Now, folks, this is just like when they say, well, you know, racism exists. And this is them conceding to the undeniable point, but you know it's going to be a twist in here that refutes and nullifies exactly what they just said. College players should be paid for their difficult, dangerous work. They should get a slice of the revenue when their work is bringing in tens and hundreds of millions of dollars for universities and coaches who don't take any physical risks. College football players should be paid somehow, but not like this.
Nigga, please.
Did you get that? Oh, well, they should be paid somehow. All right, then the coaches should be paid somehow. Very interesting, folk. For all these other folk, they know exactly how to slide them their money. They know exactly what to do with them. But for you, gosh, you know, we're just not really sure what to do here. We're worried about the integrity of the game. Okay, well, blowing up the coach's salaries destroyed the integrity of the game. No, that's all right. But paying you, I mean, that's the real issue right there. We're not really sure what to do with you, though. And I mean, we know we got to pay you something here, but we're just not really sure how we go about it. So, you know, we're gonna hold us a plebiscite. What? Me and the chancellor and the dean are gonna get together, and we're gonna hold us a plebiscite, and we're gonna have a committee, and then we're gonna host a commission, and then we're going to have a study, and then we're going to have us another round table, and we might have to schedule in a luncheon. May have to bring a national conference and some particular speakers here, and have some experts in the field, and then after that, we need to have another study, and then another commission. Make sure we cover all our bases. That's what happens if you do that. That's what's going to happen if you do that. People, this is here in black and white from the damn Los Angeles Times. College players should be paid for their difficult, dangerous work. College players should be paid somehow. Do you realize this word somehow? This is vague. It's intangible. How many of you would work at a job that told you, we're going to pay you somehow? How many of you would sign up to go work at a job that when you ask them, how do I get paid? They told you, we'll pay you somehow. Some of us have worked at jobs where you got answers like that. Never turns out well. Somehow usually becomes didn't get paid at all. But they're literally here saying, well, the players should be paid somehow. Now, they don't know how you should be paid, but they know you shouldn't get paid like this. But then they don't tell you how you do get paid. So in other words, yeah, that's your ass. The current system is the worst way possible, without reasonable guardrails, and it's destroying what was once good about the game. So let me get this straight. Refusing to pay players wasn't destroying the game. It never was. The players playing for nothing has never been this insidious cancer destroying the game. Did you all notice that? Paying players nothing was never an existential threat to the game. That wasn't destroying the game. That wasn't corrosive of the game. But paying you is. Paying the coaches exorbitant salaries and the chancellors and the deans exorbitant salaries, that wasn't destroying the game either. No, the only thing that destroys the game is paying your black ass. Now, that destroys the game, even though they can't even tell you how it's destroying it. Well, it's offending our sensibilities. So you not paying us didn't offend your sensibilities. But now all of a sudden your sensibilities can't stand it. In the chat room, Bayou Billy said the school gets billions, the players get CTE. The current system is the worst way possible, without reasonable guardrails, and it's destroying what was once good about the game. The NCAA, led by former Massachusetts Governor Charlie Baker Jr., is advocating for a proposal to get past the current system's dysfunction. So we fixed the system, and now they're telling you that no, the system's broken. So when it wasn't paying us, the system wasn't broken. Now that it's paying us, all of a sudden the system is broken. Sound familiar? The court system is perfectly fine. O.J. Simpson is found not guilty. Court system's broken. This is the wickedest of problems, far beyond football. The NCAA includes 97 conferences, 11,000 schools, and 500,000 student athletes. Did you all see that? The NCAA includes 97 conferences, 11,000 schools, and 500,000 student athletes. Damn! Baker needs allies to navigate these complexities. He needs Congress to nail down some national legal guidelines. Oh, we need you to make it the law that you don't have to pay these people. Above all, Baker needs help from schools like Notre Dame. Schools that theoretically care about cardinal sins like pride, greed, and envy. You can learn a thing or two about that, sir. The engines of the name, image, and likeness marketplace. So, paying you is pride, greed, and envy. Paying the coaches and the deans and the chancellors, that's not pride, greed, and envy. Schools that want to unwind this deal with the devil, even though they profit from it. Notre Dame modernized college football once against Army, and it can move the game forward again by helping pass legislation. Oh, they don't even want this to be at the NCAA level. These white supremacists and suspected white supremacists, they're going straight to work. They don't want this to be left up to the NCAA. They want to bypass that altogether. He's not saying that this should be an NCAA regulation. Why, he's saying we need to have legislation. We need to make it the law so we can make sure that that's packed in cement. Yeah, things didn't work out for them the way they expected. They're taking a look at Deion Sanders and his sons, and what they see is that this is the end. It is destroying something. It is destroying white privilege. Now that's what it is destroying. The idea that you gonna be on top no matter what, and everybody else is gonna give their work and labor to benefit you, and then you get to walk off with all the riches and the rewards from it, and they get nothing. That's the destruction of the game that he's referring to. That's the dysfunction that he's referring to. He's referring to that. Can't we just go back to the old plantation system where your behind the table deals and your white friend to the schools would just make sure you were taken care of, and the athletes are just here to power your plantation. Oh, the slaves got away? Well, that's okay. We white and we say so. Just go ahead and make it into law. And just understand, even if you did do something like that, what would happen is they would then tell you, oh, well, you know, I mean, the real issue here is it's not our fault. It's not our fault that they're not paying you anymore. Why, that's Congress that did that. And while we agree it's an imperfect law, why, this isn't a great law that they passed either. Why, it needs to be worked on. So the very same people who will fight to try to make it a law, knowing full well it's like, oh, it would be it all, as long as it strips you, rolls back everything that you just won, then they'll come and say, oh, well, I mean, this isn't, we need to go to work on it and try to fix that. Next thing you know, you're talking to us like you do about, talking to them like you do about us, about voting rights and civil rights. If we could just get this law fixed, man, if we could just do something about it there. I don't know what to do, man. We're not really sure what to do, man. It becomes that. It always becomes that. That's what it becomes. With no end in sight. Because it's not about ending it. It's about breaking you. But it's not about ending what they're doing. It has been a lifelong aspiration of mine to fix that. That has always been the thing I've focused on. These things that would make generational changes. These things that would cause generational changes and generational transformation. That's the thing I've always focused on. Over the course of going on the last 2 decades. Because these are the things that will make generational differences. It starts by changing the conversations that we have. That's the difference. Jason, why does this mean so much to you in this regard here? Because it doesn't just stop there. It doesn't just stop there. Folks, you take a look at places like Wilmington, North Carolina. And we've been talking about Wilmington for a while. Those of us on our side of doing things, we've been talking about Wilmington for a while. I've reminded you that of all the places we talk about where white supremacy came in and militarily, violently attacked us. Everybody talks about Tulsa, Oklahoma, Greenwood, Archer, and Pine, and we should. And more recently, we brought up Bruce's Beach, and we should. I also think about things like Wilmington. And if you've been to Wilmington in the past 5 or 7 years, then you've seen what they're doing in Wilmington. If you've been to Savannah, Georgia in the last 5 or 7 years, you've seen what they're doing to Savannah. You go and take a look at these places where every time you turn around, you're starting to see all this multi-million-dollar development in places where we were, and then they got together and violently overthrew black governments. These were black cities with black governments, and the white supremacists at the local and the state level got together and held a coup and an uprising against the black governments. Now they're trying to build up and build out the wealth in these areas and then telling us, oh, well, that doesn't belong to you. That's your ass. That is your ass. No, it is not. And that is not what we're going to teach our children. We are not teaching them that this belongs to the folks who stole it fair and square. No, we're not doing that. The difference is we're not playing that game anymore. We're not going to play the game. We sit here and play along with you that, well, it's not raining because you say it isn't. That's the difference. In days past, what they were used to is us giving a pat on the head, and that was all the, quote, compensation we needed. They send in somebody to come steal what you got. Then they would send in another person to apologize profusely for what somebody else did over there, and then neither one of them would correct what was done. The difference now is we have a whole different conversation. All of those places and all of those areas those belong to the people who made it, and that's us. They would have you all believe that white folk made Wilmington and Charleston and most of the places down there in Florida.
What?
By the way, please remember, I want y'all to understand something. Please remember, if you don't know your American history, what were the major drivers of economy and commerce in America? First, it began as an agrarian society, farming. That was what fueled the economy of America, farming. Once we get into the industrial age, now it's what you can build. That's when you start seeing the development of these urban centers, which had to be near waterways originally. Being from Louisiana, we know all about that. So being near waterways, because that was one of the most efficient ways to move goods and services long distances. But also for black folk, you notice that there were a lot of us near the coast. Now that's very important. Follow me. That's very important to realize that, by the way, every time you turn around, when you take a look at these beaches and these coastal cities and towns, they practically all had a black lineage. They practically all had an indigenous black lineage. Well, why? Because those were the places that we were driven to. When they started building up the cities, we got chased out of the cities. We got chased into the rural areas. And in many cases, you ended up pushed out all the way to the water, because sand isn't something you can grow plants in. You can't grow farms in sand. So you'll notice that you keep taking a look throughout our history, and we kept getting driven to the water's edge, and in some cases further than that. That's not accidental that you keep finding these places of water, these bodies of water, and there we were. When you talk about places like Lake Lanier and whatnot, there's a reason you keep seeing that. Because the white supremacist terrorists, that's what was going on. And they figured, they figured the Negroes won't be able to make nothing out of this. We drove them all the way out there to the beach, so they'll either be destroyed or contained. Either which way, it works out perfectly fine. That was the idea. What they did not count on was that one day the beaches would become a major magnet of tourism. Now, that's what they didn't count on. They didn't expect that was going to happen. Don't get me wrong, there were a few places where the beaches were an occasional draw, like in the summertime and stuff. But as far as being a place that you live year round, that wasn't really a thing. That didn't really become a thing until after the highways. And we predate the highways. Our presence in those areas predates the highways. The interstate system has given the rest of the society the ability to access these areas more conveniently. But before then, we were there. And that's why when you go to these places, you're like, okay, some of them got really built up like Miami. But remember, Miami is an advent of the 80s. Miami was always there. But for those of us who go back to the 80s, Pablo Escobar and drug money built up Miami in the 80s. So a lot of kids today think that Miami's just always been popping. No, it wasn't. 20 years ago, in the early 2000s, Miami wasn't popping. Miami has gotten popping in the last 20 years. Those of you who remember the TV show Golden Girls, Miami was just a big old retirement town. It had condos on the beach because that's what the little old folks who moved down from New York liked. It was just a big ass place for them to come retire and die. It's not till we get to Miami Vice when the drug game comes through, Pablo and the boys and Griselda Blanco and the girls come through town, start dropping millions and billions. Next thing you know, they start getting Mercedes dealerships. That's when Miami starts taking off. And it doesn't really get going good until the last 20 years. That's when you started hearing about Brickell and things like that. That's when that gets going. There was no conversation about that back in the 80s. There was no conversation about that. So the young kids today sitting up here on the internet, they don't know any of this. They weren't even born. As far as they're concerned, when Miami's popping, I guess it was always popping. They don't know that Miami was only started popping but when you was in diapers. Daytona. Somebody in the chat room talking about Daytona Beach. Daytona Beach, for those of you who don't know, like the geography and stuff, if you're heading back up 95, if you don't know the geography. So, yeah, Southern Florida, Central Florida, Northern Panhandle area, that Central Florida area. Like I say, Tampa didn't start popping until the last 10 years. Tom Brady got that. Tampa wasn't popping until Brady came to town. I mean, that's just how quickly things can change. Tampa didn't start popping until Brady came to town. Daytona's had a speedway, but Daytona is really only a beneficiary of the fact that Miami is built out and Orlando is built out. So you don't really have, it's not a lot of easy money and cheap property. So they're looking for other areas. So Daytona, Deltona, I forget all the names. Y'all know it better than me. But like I say, everything was on the Atlantic side. Now they're trying to build up on the Gulf side, you know, things like that. Fort Myers and all that, Stacey Dash territory. Shout out Stacey. And what I'm saying is that, yeah, so it's just now gotten popping. Okay, but when you take a look at places like Punta Gorda and Boca Raton, well, those are black folk down there. Those are black folk down there. Those are the poor areas. Well, those are black folk down there. And especially North Miami. Everybody knows that I've told you about that before if you haven't been down there. North Miami, I mean, one side, North Miami Beach, one side is damn me multi-billion-dollar developments. Literally, the other side of the street looks like damn me the first 48.
What?
One side of the street is multi-million-dollar developments. Literally, the other side of the street is Family Dollar and looks like the first 48. Literally. I'm not making this up. I'm talking about literally one side of the street is multi-billion-dollar resorts. The other side of the street is damn me bombed out. For now. Now change. For now. So if you don't know any better, you don't realize what's happening there. So it's just like, if you think it was always popping, no, it wasn't. But we were always there. There's the difference. We were there. And the reason we were there is because, generally speaking, we were run out of those other areas. The only urban centers where we really had a presence were when somebody built up industries and we were brought in as the labor force from the agrarian economy. So up in the north and in the Midwest and in California, you know, we were looking for where the dollars were. But otherwise, there's a reason why we are really represented in those rural areas and those beachfront areas. And it's only when America starts making tourism on beaches a big thing that all of a sudden, it becomes a priority to run us off and to take what's ours. And that's what brings you to Wilmington and Myrtle Beach and Savannah and all those other places all the way down the coast. There's a reason for that. It's not accidental. It is not accidental. There's a reason for it. And I want you all to keep that in mind, because as time goes on, just understand those are natural resources also. Those are natural resources also. The geography and everything, those natural resources. And they're going to tell you and me that we need to worry about being religious in church. I'm talking about, is the 21st century here, and the Los Angeles Times is literally sitting up here telling us that we need to worry about being moral. We're too worried about money. We're too worried about getting paid and compensated. We need to be concerned about our eternal souls and our morality. This is the Los Angeles Times telling you and me that our concerns should not be the money we're owed, not being paid. Let them white folk get paid. You and me need to understand that our priority needs to be our morality. Why, you want to be the moral people, don't you? So they seem to be blissfully unconcerned about Nick Saban's eternal soul and his morality, and they're obviously completely unconcerned and callous about his wife's morality. I mean, they don't care what's happened to Mrs. Saban. It's just like, okay, she can just go dance with the devil as far as they're concerned. They don't care what's going on with her. But for us, why aren't we all so lucky? Why, they are obsessed with making sure that we are morally in line. Aren't we lucky? Aren't you and me so lucky that we got them to look out for our moral turpitude? To make sure that we are all good, upstanding, moral people and that we are not corrupted. Oh, we're so lucky to have these good saints and Christian missionaries of the Los Angeles Times to look out for our eternal salvation. From a bunch of people who don't believe there's anything eternal. A bunch of atheists are telling us about our eternal salvation. Y'all, isn't that weird that a newspaper of blatant atheists are telling you and me that they're concerned about our eternal salvation? This is what happens when you live in a world of I'm white and I say so. You say crazy things and just figure nobody's really listening. If you just say it, it's going to roll. But yeah, a bunch of atheists are now preaching to us about how we need to be moral and religious. That we need to be. Boy, Brother Neely Fuller wasn't telling the truth or not. White supremacy takes both sides of an argument. You now have atheists preaching to you about the need for you to be moral. You need to be religious. Now, don't worry about them. Oh, it's too late for us here. You good Negroes, you good noble Negroes, it's you we got to look out for here. And, us with our filthy money. We're sitting over with our filthy money. It's just degenerates and hedonistic, and we're just drowning in this filthy cash over here. But we're saving you from becoming corrupted like us. We're saving you from that. Yes, we're keeping you righteously poor and impoverished. So you see, you could be over here with us being corrupted by this filthy money, but we've made sure that you've got the benefits of lifelong hard work and toiling, and you'll drop off all the benefits over here because, see, we're evil people. And, but you are the good and the righteous. In the 21st century, in 2024, that's literally what the LA Times is telling us now. Over a century and a half after we walked off of their literal plantations, they are still trying to play the exact same thing. I mean, you wouldn't believe this was real if I didn't sit here and read this. And I'm doing it for its historical posterity. I'm doing this because right now I'm reading this to you all tonight, but the internet is forever. And there's going to be somebody who may come across this in 10, 20, 30 years from now, 40, 50 years from now, and be like, hey, they've been doing this the whole damn time. They'll be reading articles then with folks saying the same garbage to them then. They'll be saying this in 10, 20, 30, 40 years from now, saying the exact same bullcrap, trying to run the exact same game. So for the sake of a historical record here, that's the reason why I read things like this. So we can have a historical record to show you that, by the way, the same damn thing keeps happening. That's why it is imperative that we have a fundamentally different response. That's why it is essential that we have a fundamentally different response to it. It's imperative that we have that. It's imperative we have that. And we have to have that conversation here. Now, do you notice, listen carefully, do you notice who was not having this conversation? Do you know who hasn't been talking about the need and the necessity of us owning what we've built in the world of college sports, for example, about standing up for the poor in college sports? Do you notice that your traditional institutionalized Democrat shills, you never heard Barack Obama say that? You never heard Roland Martin say that? You never heard Reverend Barber say that? You've never heard any of them talking about the necessity of looking after the poor in this area. You notice that's really, really weird, especially for a little butterball like Roland, who claims to be so concerned about Texas. And you notice that he never brings that up. You notice that they don't sit there and talk about that. They didn't talk about it then. They're not talking about it now. Isn't that very interesting? Isn't that interesting? That you don't hear any of those politicians, your Congressional Black Caucus, you notice that none of them are saying any of this. I'm not talking about passing legislation, folks. I'm talking about simply being a spokesperson, simply speaking up in our interests. If this will be your representatives, to at least represent our interests. And you notice they're not doing that. They've never done that. They've never been advocates for the poor Black people in sports, in college, playing under these wealthy college coaches and administrators. They never put a spotlight on that. They want to march against this or that company that doesn't bend to their will. But what they're not doing is being advocates and spokespeople for the folks sitting right in front of them. Isn't it odd that they curiously keep evading that and curiously keep missing that? Isn't that kind of odd? Isn't that odd? In the chat room, if Roland was concerned about that, I'll be damned. Roland has spent all of his damn time telling us to shut the hell up and vote blue no matter who. He's told us don't worry about reparations. That's what he's done. No, he hasn't said anything about this. Neither of any of the rest of those folk. You can't name what it is. You can't spell what it is. You can't see what it is because there's nothing there. But then again, we don't need them to. We don't need them to, because I want you all to feel what I'm about to say here right now. We used to be looking to them to do that. We used to be looking to them to do that, but we don't need them for that anymore. We are the genesis of the national conversation now. We're the ones who push these conversations today. We're the ones who start these things and get them going and build a critical mass of people so that next thing you know, you're hearing it everywhere. We don't have to be on every TV station or every podcast or every anything. We just need to be on enough of them, and we are. And we are. So there are enough of us to be able to push and promote these specific points and these specific agendas and these specific subjects. It's not enough to say Wilmington on fire and to say Greenwood, Archer, and Pine. That is not enough. It is a starting point, but it's not enough. It's not enough. What needs to be done is, okay, what happens next? Oh, it's very simple next. We have a very well categorized what was stolen from us, and that is what needs to be returned. So glad y'all are building Ruth's Chris down there, and that's what needs to be returned. On account of the fact that this is ours, and we have not then nor will we ever relinquish our claim. Ever. That's a conversation that wasn't happening before. And if you limit the conversation to only the so-called Black Wall Streets or chattel slavery, you've missed all of that right there for a system that's developed and targeted a specific group of people who have a specific legitimate claim. These are not conversations that you get in these other areas. They don't start them. They don't maintain them. You know why? Because if you start that conversation, then you're going to have to start putting some politicians on the spot. Bowling Ball Martin is upset today because he's made international headlines, just not the way he was looking for. And now he's been called out by everybody for the shill and the puppet that he is. And so basically, politically, he has been decapitated. Every time he opens his mouth now, that's it. It's a done issue. All he is now is a joke and a meme. But it does remind us about what you better not do. It also makes it far easier to spot others like him. So you see, when you're actually having conversations and questions about the people, and I'm not just talking about the presidential level, these are conversations that are supposed to be happening at the local level, although the feds can certainly help. That librarian there in Wilmington who's been standing in the way of releasing the records that will help to be able to establish who is owed what there, that's the Kirsten Clark and the Justice Department have done nothing. They've done nothing. Folks talking about opening up the murder of Malcolm X. Well, that's absolutely fine, but there's a whole bunch else out there that needs to be taken care of as well. And they're not saying anything. Those last minute Hail Marys from Joe Biden and friends. Well, at the last minute, we think we're going to reopen some investigations. Some of these black folks out there got killed. Just not the ones we told them. Why are they not showing up in the places we told them to go to? That could be taken care of very, very easily, and yet they're not there. Then you find out it's like, oh, aren't these supposed to be Democrat cities? What? By the way, aren't these supposed to be Democrat cities too, by the way? You start taking a look at these places and realizing it's like, yeah, they don't want us having this conversation that we're having right here, right now, tonight. Right here, right now, tonight. It's essential that we have this conversation because Roland and friends and Tom Joyner and friends and Stephen A. Smith and the crew of Coons, they're not going to have this conversation. This conversation could cost the folks who pay them. That's why they don't want to have that. This conversation could end up costing the people who pay them. And that's why they are very concerned with making sure that that does not occur. Case in point, just in case you thought you had seen it all and heard it all, guess who has reared her head? Damn! And I'm on tonight, but by the way, Kamami and Doug they've recovered from their vacation in Florida, and they would like to wish you and me and yours and mine a happy Thanksgiving.
Greetings, everyone, and happy Thanksgiving.
Today we come together to reflect on what we are thankful for and to share our appreciation for one another. Surrounded by family, friends, and those we cherish, we cook our favorite recipes, we share family stories, serve those in need, and give thanks for our blessings.
On Thanksgiving, we also express our gratitude as a nation for our service members and their families who sacrifice so much to protect our nation and our most sacred values.
We are truly grateful for their service.
So again, from our family to yours,
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Frankly, I feel a little bad. I feel a little guilty. I feel a little guilty because I feel like I'm just going to be beaten up on some. You're kicking somebody when they're down. That's the problem. I feel like it's like, oh, Jason, this ain't even fair. Why are you throwing haymakers? And it's like, I ain't even laid a glove on her. You just kind of feel bad. They basically, now, first of all, she just did like a conference call with Democrats and donors and things. And I mean, everybody saw the video. If you haven't seen it by now, it's all over online. I mean, she's looking rough, man. It's her face. She's starting to look very weathered. You know how they say that being president ages you twice as much? I'm like, she didn't even make it. And I mean, the necklines, everything else. Everybody says she looked like she'd been drinking, not drinking. I was like, are you sure? And they're like, dude, take a look at the video. Take a look at the video, man. It was rough to see. So it's just, at this point right now, and it looks like they did this video here in the same room that she did that little teleconference in. So it looks like she didn't change. She's in the same room, didn't change clothes or anything. And it's just like, oh, now I just feel a little guilty. I mean, she's already down and out. Some idiot is out there trying to float, she can run again in 2028. Not happening. She can run for governor of California. Not happening. Forget about it. Forget about it. And it didn't have to be this way. It did not have to be this way, but this is essential for us to do this. We have to do this. Jason, we have to do what? We have to make some examples out of some people. We got to make some examples. That was why it was so important for us to do what we did. Barack Obama's political career is over. He went down with Kamala. To me, this was all worth it just to get him run up off the block. He's done. He's been losing races for folk left and right. And after this, he was attached to the hip like that with her. Oh, dude, you're done. You're done. And this is exactly what we needed. This is exactly what we've been waiting for. We've been waiting for an opportunity to do this. This is the type of takedown we needed. Now, I want to go a little bit further with this because I want to remind you all of something. You all know how many people there are online who, they make money. They ain't making no great big huge dollars, but y'all don't understand. There's a whole bunch of folk out there online, man. They make money off this stuff. They make money off of this. There's a whole bunch of folk are complaining about Kamala Harris's rallies. They paid Beyonce. They paid Cardi B. They paid Oprah Winfrey. Okay, but there's another element to this. Roland Martin was upset about this. He was upset about it, not because the Democrats were doing it. He was upset because he didn't get any of it. He was upset, big dumpling built bastard. He was upset because he didn't get any of it. Jason, what's get any of it? He mentioned it before, and since then, there have been a number of folk on cable TV who have been repeating this. That Lindy Lynn lady who's been going around talking about, she got to get all these Democrat donors, and she's upset because the Kamala Harris campaign knew they couldn't win, and they still had her collecting millions and millions of dollars anyway. They talked about the fact that when you paid these millions and hundreds of millions of dollars to these Democratic consultants and these Democratic ad consultants and media companies, that you pay them $100 million. Yeah, but they charge a fee of anywhere from 10 to 20%.
What?
You heard that right. They charge a fee. You give them $100 million, but out of that $100 million, they are going to deduct a fee. So all those companies you all heard me reading, Roland was complaining about here last week. He was complaining because the key thing in there was that he was saying that, by the way, if Kamala Harris paid them $200 million, they were keeping anywhere from $20 to $40 million of that.
Damn!
That's the point that he was trying to make, is that, by the way, when Kamala and them pay that kind of money, when they pay them $100 million, they keep anywhere from 10 to 20 million. If they pay $200 million, they keep anywhere from 20 to 40 million of that. 20 to 40 million of that stays with the ad company, stays with their media consultant, stays with them. That's why Lindy and the donors and the rest of the folk, that's what they're upset about. They're mad about that. And they would have probably let it slide if she had won. But y'all know what happened when folk put in money and then you lose, or they start pocket watching. Wait a minute, how much I give? What you spending on me? All of a sudden, they want to start doing the post-mortem and figure out where you put their money at. They want to know everybody involved. They want to know everyone involved. They ain't playing no games. They want to know everybody who had a piece of this. Because they want to claw some of that money back. Even though there's no real way to do that, but they want to claw their change back, man. They're not looking for it. They're not looking for that at all. There was an interview that's making the rounds right now, as a matter of fact. I want to show this to you all. I want to show this to you all because it was on News Nation. News Nation is an interview that's making the rounds right now that Chris Cuomo did. Chris Cuomo did an interview, and I want y'all to see who this is. I want you to see who Chris talked to, because, I mean, this is a dude you want to talk to. This is a dude you want to talk to. He really is.
Maybe legally. I mean, look,
Let me go ahead and show him on your screen. This guy on your screen, most of you know who he is. Most of you know who this man is. You just never saw him before. Ladies and gentlemen, that's John Morgan. Well, Jason, why would I know who he is? You may not recognize his name, but you recognize his company, Morgan and Morgan Law Firm.
What?
All up and down the East Coast and the Southern United States. When you hear about the Morgan and Morgan Law Firm, that's John Morgan. That's John Morgan. Now, many of you have seen the commercials from his injury law firm. They're a multi-billion-dollar firm, multi-billions. They are a huge corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, that's John Morgan. That's him. And by the way, somebody says, is he alive? He's alive and well and pissed off.
to me, you remember the movie Mad Max when everybody's just doing whatever they wanted into the world? That's what happened here. All of a sudden.
You see that on your screen. John Morgan, founder of Morgan and Morgan Personal Injury Law Firm. That's him. So if you want to know who's upset about Kamala Harris, you want to know how far up it goes, you want to know who the mega donors are they keep talking about, does it get bigger than this?
Well, maybe legally. I mean, look, to me, you remember the movie Mad Max when everybody's just doing whatever they wanted into the world? That's what happened here. All of a sudden, everybody's got the keys to the candy store. Ad buyers, talent, consultants. There's 100 days to do it. And the money started pouring in. Remember this, Chris. It wasn't pouring in for Harris. It was pouring in against Trump. Everybody that was voting and supporting Harris was really voting against Trump. And everybody that was voting for Trump was voting for Trump. So she had all this money coming in. She had all these consultants. And if you don't run the ads, you don't get paid for the buy. They were running ads in Florida, where I live, nonstop. And I'm like, why? I mean, are they running them in Alabama and Idaho too? And I'll tell you why. If you don't run the ads, the buyer doesn't get paid. A $900,000 to put her face on the Sphere in Las Vegas. In the Sphere, the ego, the crazy, the commissions. I was at the White House for a dinner Friday night, talking to a lot of people. And I'm telling you, man, there's a lot of whispering. There's a lot of names about who got paid this, who got paid that. And a lot of people got rich on the back of donors trying to stop Trump. And I think this disqualifies her forever. If you can't run a campaign, you can't run a. And a lot of people got rich on the back of donors trying to stop Trump. And I think this disqualifies her forever. If you can't run a campaign, you can't run America. And that would be the argument just day one.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's John Morgan. You want to talk about mega donors? You want to talk about the richest of the rich? You want to talk about power brokers? You want to talk about the people that George Clooney had on the phone to get Joe Biden? You want to know who was able to get Joe Biden out of the White House? Cats like this on your screen. These are the guys who made the call and said Biden got to go. Got a president of the United States removed from office. You want to know what kind of cheese you got to have to make that happen? Morgan and Morgan. And he's saying this openly on international television. He's like, I was just at the White House Friday. And we was all sitting around talking about who got paid and who got paid for what. He's sitting here saying this openly. Do you understand? He's like, look, y'all ain't gonna mess with me. Ain't nobody gonna fool with me. None of you gonna mess with me. I'm gonna say this straight out. She's done. She's out of here. She's disqualified forever. This isn't Jason Black talking. This isn't somebody else. He's letting you know, me and the money men, ain't another dime gonna come her way. You talking about her running again in 2028. Is you crazy as hell? Ain't another dime coming her way. We've already talked about it. They put her face on the damn Sphere in Vegas. Folks, right here. Yeah, your friends on Twitter may get a few extra hits for floating ridiculous nonsense like this. I'm showing you the money men speaking on the record, telling you straight out to your face, she's done. We gave her $100 million. That's going to be the last damn time I opened up my wallet for her. She done. She's done. And he's just the one speaking. If Morgan is this bold that he's talking openly that, yeah, I was just at the White House. I was right down the hallway from her damn office. And we talking about she's in Hawaii. Think about this for a few moments. This week, because she just came back from Hawaii on her vacation since losing the election. So let me get this straight. Kamala Harris has been in Hawaii. John Morgan and the donors were at the White House. What? Do you get that? I'm doing a forensic analysis so you all can understand. So do you hear what he just said? Yeah, she was in Hawaii. So while the vice president was in Hawaii, Morgan and the mega donors were at the White House. Who really runs the White House? Who's really in charge? Nobody knows where Biden is. We assume he's still out there on that damn beach in Delaware or whatever. He's still there. So he's on the beach in Delaware, out of his damn mind. Kamala Harris is off in Hawaii. And John Morgan and friends are at the White House. Him and the power brokers are like, yeah, we at the White. She's on vacation. We're right here. And by the way, did you hear the way he said that? I want to remind you all of something. Dumb jackasses like D.L. Hughley and Steve Harvey and the rest of them Chitlin circuits, pioneers and frequenters, they sit up here talking about having dinner at their damn houses. John Morgan just told you that he hanging out at the damn White House like he's hanging out at damn me Applebee's. Yeah, I was at the White House Friday for the... Did you even know they doing something? Is that why they have a White House chef? They have a White House chef so that people like John Morgan can come through and get a sandwich? It's Friday. Okay, well, put the damn chef to work. John Morgan is rolling up like you at damn me Olive Garden. It's a Friday. He's like, I ain't eating at home. I'm going, hey, baby, we're gonna go have dinner. Where? The White House. I want you all to think about that for a few moments. We're going to have dinner. Where? The White House. You thought you was stunting because you took your girlfriend to Ruth's Chris or Emerald's. John Morgan has dinner at the White House. I'm sorry. Your Instagram flex ain't never going to touch that. Ever. And he's like, by the way, and think about this for a few moments. He's sitting here on international television talking about, we were at the White House talking straight cash trash about Kamala Harris. Do you understand how wealthy you have to be? How well-heeled and mobbed up you got to be to be able to sit here and tell Chris Cuomo and the rest of the damn world, yes, I was at the White House just Friday and me and all my friends were gossiping about all the damn money that Kamala Harris wasted and she's done. Do you understand how papered up and how solid you got to be that you can sit here and talk like this? Do you realize what you got to have and what you got to be to do that? Do you realize how deep off in the paint you got to be? So that's why I'm saying I feel a little bit guilty because I'm like, I know that Morgan just said this and he's just the one talking. What about the others? What are the others saying? If he's saying this, you can imagine what the others are saying. George Clooney is in the damn witness protection program right now because he's the one kicked all this off. Morgan is like, man, I could have kept my damn money if Trump was just going to get elected any damn way, I could have kept my money in my damn pocket. I ain't got to pay $100 million to lose. Hell, we could have just stayed where he's at. If Trump was just going to win anyway, hell, could have kept my money in my pocket. So please understand, I feel kind of bad in that regard, but also I do, but I don't. Because Kamala, it was necessary to make an example out of you. It was necessary to finally finish the unfinished business of dealing with that rat bastard Barack Obama. It was essential that we deal with all of you so that we make an example out of you for the next ones who think that they're going to be slick, who sit up here and tell themselves what we won't do with them, who try to reassure themselves, well, maybe this was just a fluke, or maybe you were just venting. Well, maybe you all aren't really that serious about what you're saying. Well, you won't really let it go down like this. You wouldn't really let us crash and burn over here at the Democrat Party now, would you? And it was necessary to make an example of you to demonstrate to every damn body we damn sure will. We sure will. We will let all of you fry. We certainly will. Including the little light-skinned chick.
Nigga, please.
Yes, sir. Just in case you told yourself that does great and wonderful things for us, and those Negroes just can't help them damn selves. And if Beyonce shows up, well, y'all got to show up. It's gonna be an opportunity for y'all to do that. You wouldn't want to miss Beyonce coming tiptoeing through, would you? There is a whole lot of that happening right there. When you don't want to be on the wrong side of that, do you? Man, what the hell y'all talking about? Bring out whoever in the hell you want. Do whatever in the hell you want there. Tell yourself that there's some sacred cows left. It was essential to make an example out of Kamala so that the next time that we tell you, now this is what better get done or else, that now we have a credible or else. Yeah, we'll let Trump run this damn thing for 4 years or 8 years. Whatever. You just hope you still have a party in 4 years. Or that he doesn't get you first. Gavin Newsom. The only place that Gavin Newsom is running for president is between his damn ears. That's the only place in this world that Gavin Newsom is running for president. As a matter of fact, Gavin has already telegraphed that he realizes he's in trouble. He's sitting up here picking fights with damn me Elon Musk. So Gavin, I don't think Gavin is trying to figure out if he can kiss enough ass among their rich donors, I guess, to see if he can get some sweetheart job in Hollywood or something. But it's certainly not for going to the White House. He isn't even trying to get his position solidified again. He isn't even trying to do it. He's just doing some crazy ass flailing and splashing in the water, but he's not actually doing anything productive because there isn't actually anything productive that he can do. That's the issue. What is he going to do, folks? You see, he already took his shot for the title there. He already tried I'll make a black woman senator, and then they went sitting up here talking about Kamala Harris, and it's like, nah, we're not falling for any of this. We're not going for any of it. That's not going to work. We're not looking for another Kamala Harris. We're talking about what's happening at the grassroots level. And Kamala Harris sat up here. Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom has had his debut nationally among the black electorate. Gavin Newsom had his national debut among the black electorate. Gavin Newsom made headlines nationally for reparations. Oh yeah, and one more thing. I don't think that was accidental. I don't. I think that there are folks in the party that don't like Gavin. They're not cool on that. So they wanted to make sure that when this vote came up, it was all eyes on him. The same way that I told you all 2 years ago that I didn't for Biden's sake, I was like, Biden, your Federal Reserve Chairman has gone rogue on you, dude. Your Federal Reserve Chairman has gone rogue. He's supposed to be lowering interest rates. He's raising them. And I remember I said that 2 years ago when Jerome Powell started raising the rates. I said, is he trying to keep Biden from getting reelected? This is economics 101. You don't raise interest rates going into an election year. You're going to devastate the economy and your president's going to get blamed for it. Jerome Powell was sitting up here all the way through 2023, jacked them rates up. And I'm like, oh, is he trying to keep Biden from getting elected? And I think we saw our answer.
Damn!
I think we got our answer. Well, poor little old Gavin Newsom out there in California. Gavin wants to run for president, and in the middle of all that, I'll be damned, the last thing he needs, we got to bring up a vote for reparations, and you got to be on the record And by the way, y'all saw the damn television stations were at the Capitol building all the way up until midnight so that they could confirm how the vote went. They stayed there all the way up till midnight to confirm how it went. And I know Gavin Newsom is sitting around saying, hey, shouldn't y'all be gone home or something? Aren't you all usually gone by this time? I was thinking about the last legislative session. You all weren't here till midnight. Were you doing overtime down there at the station? They made sure to keep the damn cameras on him all the way up until midnight. They were like, oh, we're going to document this. We're giving the blow by blow. For the first time ever, y'all heard the 6 o'clock news is leading reparations. We're hearing Sacramento discuss reparations on the 6 p.m. news. Gavin Newsom is like, what the hell is this? They followed it all the way up to the very end. They got names. They got dates. They made sure everybody was documented on that. Little old Gavin is like, I'll be damned. And then for the couple of items that did make it through, he was forced to get his hands bloody and kill those two. So he can't even say it was for the budget. They just finally had to have him break down and just reject it. He knows he's done. He knows that was the defining moment for him among black people nationally. We don't care about Kamala Harris. We don't care about the NCAA. What have you done for me lately? And that's it. So wherever Kamala Harris been hanging out at, turning up the bourbon, old Gavin, I guess he can go call Andrew Gillum, and him and Andrew can go hang out and do what they do. Have a little slip and slide party, and Diddy ain't gonna need them bottles of baby oil. What? So, yeah. Diddy won't be needing them bottles of baby oil no more, so you and Andrew Gillum can do what y'all do. But in the meantime, hell yeah. Oh, absolutely. It was essential to do this. It was essential to do this. It was essential to do this, Kamala Harris. For our people's sake, and I'm talking about my people, not yours. For our people's sake, it was essential that we do this so we can set a new paradigm, so that we can show people that sending you home, taking power out of your hands and putting it back in ours, I want my people to get comfortable with that. I want them to get accustomed to that. I want them to have that easy in their hands. I want them to start becoming very comfortable with the feeling of that. That's essential to me that they start becoming very comfortable with that feeling. How it feels to be able to do that. That's the thing I'm looking for. And it was essential to do this time because now the next time it's time to do it, it ain't going to be new. Everybody who did it this time is going to be comfortable doing it. And then there will be even more people next time, the new folk who are starting to become comfortable. And the next thing you know, man, y'all gonna start getting serious. See, here's the thing about it right here. If Donald Trump can boldly stand up in front of the nation and tell you that he's gonna target DEI, which is just code for Negroes, we're gonna have a white empowerment plan. If Donald Trump can do that, then damn it, your ass can get up and say, we are going to resurrect the Freedmen's Bank. We are going to send the Justice Department into Tulsa and Wilmington and Eatonville and all the others. If Donald Trump can do that and get elected, then how the hell you gonna sit up here and ask for our vote and you are timid about saying the same damn thing for us? He just sat up there and said it. He has no problem whatsoever standing his big pasty ass up there and saying that. Well, I'll be damned. Well, if he can do that, then heifer, you can get up there and do it too. I'm not talking about some mealy mouth. She always look like a damn deer in the headlights. She's not saying it, and she doesn't have any credible people around her to say it. She doesn't have a Nina Turner around her. You know, some solid people who would speak on these issues and would say it from their chest and wouldn't equivocate about it. I know some of y'all are a little iffy about Nina, but if the right damn leadership says it to Nina gonna do it right. Remember, team reflects leadership. If the leadership is shaky on the issue, the team is going to be shaky on the issue. If the leadership is solid on the issue, the team is going to be solid. Get that damn Jamal nigga talking about Kamala. If Joe Biden would just simply resign from office so that Kamala Harris can inherit the presidency now, he would be a transformational figure and we can give her a participation trophy. Get this nigga out of here.
And deal with it, nigga.
That's who Kamala Harris got on her damn team. She got niggas like that. That's what she chose to hire. You get some solid people who are going to sit up here and talk about these things and articulate it clearly and plainly. Get them old niggas out the damn way. Somebody come bring a wheelchair up in here so we can get Maxine Waters' ass on out the way. Wheel her ass on down to the damn bingo hall and take Jim Clyburn with her. Y'all know the damn senior citizens transport van? Everybody's seen the senior citizen transport van. You see that damn slow ass thing going down the street. Sometimes they get on the damn freeway. You be sitting behind them watching your life pass. It's like, oh, I'll be damned. Speed limit 70. That bastard's doing about 45. All you see is about 4 or 5 heads up in there. It's just heads. That's all you see is heads. They be swaying back and forth when the van moves. And you notice how it's never a clear passing lane when they show up. The passing lane might be clear if the Greyhound is in front of you, but if the senior citizen van is in front of you, oh nigga, it's gonna be about 15, 20 minutes before you can get around him. I hope you ain't going somewhere time sensitive. It's going to be about 15, 20 minutes before you can get around this one. Oh, you ain't going nowhere. They going slow, you going to be going slow with them. And you just know they in there humming hymns and stuff like that. You about to take some damn accident chances? You're like, I might have to call Morgan & Morgan. Can I swoop around this damn van? What are they doing? And then somebody's damn Chevy Traverse, we park in the inside lane right next to them. They traveling about half a mile per hour faster than the senior citizen van. You can't get around them or nothing. Billy Bob's Ford F-350 is right behind them. It's like, I'll be damned. Can't move, can't pass, can't get nowhere. Then you look through the damn window. Is that Maxine Waters' ass up in there? I'll be damned. Is that Maxine Waters and Jim Clyburn in that damn van? No wonder we can't get no legislation. And the other thing is, when you start having folk like a Nina Turner, when you start having folk like that, then it starts encouraging other people. When folk like her, when they are when they actually are being seen and speaking, get Karine Jean-Pierre's hippity bippity bobbity boo ass up off of that damn microphone, and make sure you hold a sign that says, "And Roland, don't bring your ass up in here." So get Karine out of there and make it very clear. And Roland, you ain't even being considered. Get your ass out of here. and you have somebody like a Nina who is around and stuff, that's the kind of thing that encourages people because she actually knows how to talk to us and she ain't gonna bull jive because if she tries, we gonna notice it immediately. You can't pull the damn trick bag language with us. That's the kind of thing that matters. Trump's cabinet, I mean, folks, listen to me. You got card-carrying white supremacists. You got Elon Musk. You got Vivek Ramaswamy. You got Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy and Matt Gaetz. Pete Hegseth. I mean, you got card-carrying anti-black racists sitting all up and down the damn thing, just cheesing. With Vivek Ramaswamy's pompadour looking like the damn E5 heartbeats.
Damn!
I guess that's the prerequisite to be part of Trump's administration. You can't have no good hair. Just your hairstyle just got to be weird. It's just you can't work for him if you got a straight hairstyle. If you got a good hairstyle, you can't work there. Since Trump looked at you and, oh, your hair's too nice. You got to go. You got to go. What are we going to do with you? But Vivek ain't changed. Y'all turned down for what? Turned down for what? Now, if they're not afraid to do that, then how the hell is it the folk we supposed to be supporting won't even mention our damn names? Let's be clear about something. Donald Trump didn't wake up calling these people sometime later. He walked in the damn door talking about them. He been talking to them the whole damn time. And Kamala Harris made her bed. She talked to damn me Roland Martin and Steve Harvey and the frickin' fossils. She talked to them. And then woke up one evening and realized them niggas can't help themselves nor you. They were all doing the same damn thing. They were sitting at the trough. They were sucking up the money. And now that they're done, they're just wondering who's gonna be next. They're just wondering who's gonna be next now. So they can go get yet another check. Now here's the problem that the Democrats and Republicans gonna have. You can't play Johnny Come Lately with us. You're not going to get up here and play Johnny Come Lately with us and show up in 2025 or 2026. Hey, Negroes. We ain't going to have it. If you're not talking to us now, if you're not engaging with us now, you don't exist. You're not going to make us the bastard stepchildren. If you're not talking to us now, don't think that you're going to parachute in at the last minute. And then, we'll get them galvanized and, you Negroes will wake up later. It's not going to work that way. So you can sit there and tell yourself that you're going to show up in the summer of 2028 talking about some Negro jobs bill for minorities. Hey, you Negroes, you can get part of this jobs bill for minorities. And, the Small Business Administration will pump that up for you here. What? You can tell yourself you're going to do that and just understand, and we can just run it back again in 2028. It's like, okay, you ain't been in the wilderness long enough to take us seriously. You haven't been there long enough. You can go hang out at the black church. T.D. Jakes, he was falling over the other week there. Hopefully he's all right. He said he didn't have a stroke or nothing, so I'm figuring he'll be back in the pulpit Sunday doing what he do. Okay, but talking to him is not going to help you, in case you didn't get the point. You already talked to the pastors and the preachers. You already talked to the hip-hoppers and the celebrity. And by the way, one more thing. Did y'all notice how many of them niggas disappeared? I know Jason's talking about a bunch of things here tonight. I want to go ahead and get all this off my chest so I don't have to do this anymore. Y'all notice that you ain't heard from them niggas no more? Did you notice that? Hey, y'all, where's Plies?
Damn!
Yeah, y'all notice that? Where's Beyonce? Where's Cardi B? Anybody hear from any of them folks who was up on that damn stage? Any of them asking for a friend? Where's Kelly Rowland? Do y'all notice that the folks, who was all hard body, ain't nobody seen them in weeks, man. What they doing? Now, I pointed this out right after the election. I'm like, y'all knows they MIA. Did anybody knows they've gone MIA? Y'all, where are they at? Where are they at? It's been weeks now. Where's Steve Harvey? Now, there's a guy who crashed all the way out. Where are all these folk who were fighting so hard to get all of us to buy in? Where are they now? Anybody found them? Anybody seen from them? Because I ain't seen nothing. Folks, one more thing. Remember, this is the most important election of our lifetimes. Remember? This is the most important election of our lifetimes. Okay, well, if the most important election of our lifetime did not go the way you thought it should be going there, shouldn't you folks be more visible than ever? The world's getting ready to end, and y'all, are they all off digging their individual bunkers? I thought this was the most important election of our lifetimes. Either that or it's a bunch of folks sitting around trying to see if they can get their defense attorneys together to make sure they don't go off and go following Diddy.
Nigga, please.
Oh, I ain't forgot about that. There's a whole bunch of folks right now wondering, is their indictment getting ready to show up? Whole bunch of folks sitting around and whatnot. It's like, okay, you better show up, or you and Diddy gonna be in a defendant's chair together. Okay. Next thing you know, oh, they didn't win? Oh, man. Well, I'm sure that Trump's Justice Department and whatnot is not going to pick up the slack and keep going. I'm sure they're not going to do that. No, it's a whole bunch of them probably out there sanitizing their Twitter pages and this, that, and the other. They trying to do a reboot. It ain't going to work. You already on the damn record. It's not gonna work. You're already on the record. Y'all already on the record. Y'all can just hang it up with trying to figure out how you're gonna rewrite things. See, when you crash out like you all did, blaming black men, attacking black men, cooning all the damn way out, when you crash out like this, oh, that's a career-defining event. That's it. That's become your new damn middle name. DL crash out Hughley, Ben crash out Crump. You're done. That's it. You can sit right there. Oh, Charlemagne, y'all know Charlemagne. That's a damn minstrel show. Okay, Charlemagne has one redeeming quality in this aspect. Nobody takes him seriously. Nobody takes Charlemagne seriously because we've all seen what he's done. So it would be different if you felt like he really meant, first of all, it'd be different if you felt like he really knew anything, which he doesn't. And it'd be different if you felt like he was sincere, which he isn't. So because of that, nobody really thinks that about him. That's the difference. Nobody really thinks that. DL Hughley is different. DL has tried to solidify himself as being a serious, conscious thinker. Oh, little old Angela Rye and Tiffany Cross, oh, they're in the wilderness. Hey, y'all. Do you think I should pay Tiffany Cross to be a co-host? What? I'm serious. I know I talked about this before because she ain't getting paid nothing over there with that damn, what do they call that, Going Native podcast. Yeah, she ain't getting paid nothing over there. Y'all think it's about time that Tiffany got to talk to some real people for a damn change, because Tiffany, the rent's due. The rent is due. You know it. The rent is due. Who gonna pay for that lace front, girl? We know you're hungry.
Cookie! Nom, 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 oh, nom.
Baby, somebody got to get the hair did and the nails done. Somebody got to patch that up for you. Look, baby, you don't want to mess around and come out here one of these damn days. I'm trying to help you out. We're trying to help you out. I'm trying to make sure it doesn't get no worse. You don't want to fool around and come out here on these damn days looking like damn me Joy Reid. That's the worst of all scenarios. If she comes out, baby, if you don't get a man who can patch this up together and then take care of that right, you're going to come out one day looking like Joy Reid. Now, that's it. That is the end of the road right there. That's the end of the road right there. I know you and Angela tell yourselves y'all going to, unite light skin powers. Baby, they ain't going to the powers of high yellow hope. No, baby, it's no. She waiting on that. She waiting on her settlement from MSNBC. I get it. She's waiting on her settlement from MSNBC. I get it. But just letting you know, Tiffany, is this you might have to patch up a few bills in the meantime. So, and instead of you sitting over there with Chink Uger and the rest of them making an ass of yourself, making this even worse because you don't have credibility in this regard, it's like, come on now. Andrew Gillum is my co-host. I don't know. Is he going to rub me on the leg? What? Oh, I'd hate for a ride to break out. Because he buzzed out, you got a nice voice. I'm like, all right, let me shut the broadcast down right quick so I can straighten the attitude. Wait a minute. Now, you know what I'd like to see? I would like to see a panel. I'd like to see a panel with Angela Rye, Tiffany Cross, and Brittany Renner. Damn! If we can get the three of them together, oh my goodness. We'll call it light-skinned lunatics. If we can get the three light-skinned lunatics together, can you imagine the three of them discussing politics, discussing abortion, discussing what's wrong with black men? Can you imagine that? Oh, that would be must-see TV. I would put that together. Angela, Brittany, Tiffany. Yes, I would put that together. I sure would. Light-skinned lunatics. We put together light-skinned lunatics. Who do y'all think gonna throw the first punch? What? Okay. Moving right along. We'll see about making them an offer. Oh, somebody said throwing Amber Rose? Oh, man. Forget love and hip-hop. Oh, forget love and hip-hop. Oh, this would go beyond that. Oh, I would let Amber and Brittany square off. Oh, I would let Amber and Brittany screw off. I would let them two square off. I sure would. When the security fellas on Bad Girls, be taking too long to separate the girls and whatnot. I would let them square off. I would. That would be worth it right there. Are you kidding me? That's a 10 million view banger if you ever heard one. Oh, that's a 10 million view banger if I ever heard one. Ebony K. Williams, yeah, talk about names you ain't heard from in a while. Talk about names you haven't heard from in a while. No, Brittany Renner is supposed to be Muslim. Amber's hanging out with the Republicans. No, the money didn't run out. That's all that means is the money has run out. The money in being a straight up hoe has run out, and you need to pick up some people skills. Sunny Hostin got a white man to marry, so she got her little bailout package. Sunny done got her little bailout package. That's something else you notice in these media companies like Harris Faulkner and Sunny Hostin is, what's her name? Abby Phillips on CNN. See, there's another thing right there that you notice, it's wherever we go, man, it's just, if these other folk got a bag, that's where your best and brightest are. Your best and brightest are over there kissing ass for a bag. That's how they set the system up, and this is why they don't want us discussing generational wealth and acquiring it for ourselves and leveraging it for ourselves. Hell yeah, because our best and brightest are over there with them fighting for a bag over there where they are. So you get whatever in the hell is left over. But as far as, the choice cuts and the best and brightest, they're over there fighting with Zaddy for a bag. But hell yeah, I would put that together in a minute. I would put that together in a minute. Damn Evelyn Lozado and the rest of them, yes, I would let Brittany and Amber break down. I sure the hell would. Absolutely. Absolutely. Security be just real slow breaking them up. But like I say, the money is running out nowadays. They don't really have access to it like they used to. The NBA players are not calling. There's not enough rappers getting a record deal anymore for the old hoes to be able to circle back around. Now they done become baby mamas. So now they're really looking for somebody's, really weird fanboy. They're looking for some damn fanboy retiree somewhere or something to see if he'll pick them up, wasn't like Dawn from In Vogue or something. It's going to get real weird. It's just going to get real weird. Like Stacey Dash with that lawyer. That's really what we got. These women done screwed around now, and you were with Kanye, now you're with the average white band. It's going to be real weird. Brittany, you used to have access to athletes. Now it's like, she talking about stepdaddy season. Hey, y'all, how stepdaddy season worked out? Everybody's crashing out now. How's stepdaddy season working out? Has she found any takers to come take care of little PJ? Hey, y'all, can you imagine that right there? I mean, who wants to be the next Russell Wilson? You can come pick up little PJ from practice. Come pick up little PJ. Talk about getting sunned. Looking like old boy with Drea Michelle, and you sitting up here with little PJ and damn me, Brittany Renner. Brittany talking about she want to go Muslim. That means she's looking for a responsible man. I is looking for a man who is responsible and is civic-minded. That's code for the damn money is running out. The athletes ain't in my DMs anymore. Oh, she bet it all on PJ and it came up snake eyes. That is it. Ain't nobody sitting up here trying to figure out how to be PJ's stepdaddy. It's no. So, yeah, it's time for them to find religion. When they start hitting towards middle age and ain't no real prospects in the picture, they start trying to get serious. They start becoming like, black female versions of Sarah Palin and whatnot. They won't start getting serious. These men need to get for real. They start looking for exactly the kind of nerd they never would have given the time of day to 5 years ago. They go find some swagless individual and whatnot. She's just looking all weird, her damn self, and looking cracked out and crazy. They become grandmothers at 40. They start acting like little grandmas at 40. No, I'm serious. Like, you're going to see Amber Rose wearing full-length dresses. No, I'm serious. Like she wearing the little body hug and stuff, and y'all are gonna know when Amber finally gives it up because she's gonna be wearing a full length body dress. She's gonna be wearing a full length dress, and when they start dressing like your grandmamas, that's when they realize it's over. They're gonna be looking for a sponsor, like porn chicks are. Porn chicks are looking for one of their fans to take them on. So they go find a little sad sack that she never would have given the time of day to 5 years ago. He's going to screw around, sign a paper he shouldn't, and then she's going to be like, I'll be damned. Well, no more my box. Maybe this nigga can afford a Tom Joyner cruise this year. What? It's going to be that. That's what happens when 20-something chicks run out of options, when they get in their 30s and 40s. When you see them on the cruise ship, that's it. When she was in her 20s, she could have real adventures. When the adventures are over, when they start having grandma adventures, cruise ships are a grandmother's adventure. That's the grandma's adventure right there. So you know it's a wrap. It's like, okay, there's footage of you on the cruise ship. Oh, that's a wrap. That's it. You're done. You missed your opportunity to have young women's adventures. Now here she is on the damn cruise ship, sitting next to the 400-pound white man with his Speedo on. He's standing near the damn bow of it and whatnot, trying to figure out what time the buffet opens up. You know that's the real problem right now. If they know what time the buffet opens, oh, that's it. Somebody go ask Brittany if she knows. When Brittany knows what time the buffet opens on the cruise ship, it's like, oh, okay. Yeah, that's a wrap. That is a wrap. You used to have the world coming to you. Now there you are doing that. Casey said, listen to cover bands. Damn! Used to be able to get Cool in the Gang. Now they got Rodney and the Boys. What? They ain't actually got the real bands y'all used to listen to. They don't actually have Cool in the Gang. It's some off-brand thing. They singing all cool songs. You're like, well, he's mostly sound like Cool, you know. He mostly got it. Hell yeah, that's when you know the party is over. The party is over right then, right there. You sitting there on the damn cruise ship, y'all retired out. You didn't realize the game was done. Then you fool around, and next thing you know, here come Kamala Harris and Doug. Damn! Oh, just when you thought it couldn't get any worse. Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse. You on the damn, imagine being on the damn cruise ship, and here comes Kamala and Doug come teetering by. Kamala's talking too damn loud. You're like, okay, she's drunk. And then here comes Brittany Renner and Amber right behind them. They're a little too old and a little too fat to be wearing them skirts they trying to wear and whatnot. It's like, oh, last call. Last call. They're going to try to sign autographs. They're going to try to sign autographs. It's going to be a mess, y'all. It's going to be a mess. But we're going to be right here for it. We're going to be right here for D.L. Hughley will be the featured entertainment.
Nigga, please.
Yeah, D.L. Hughley and Sinbad will be the featured entertainment. Oh, you know it's going to be rough when that happens. You on the cruise ship with Amber Rose and Angela Rye. Tonight at 7 p.m., D.L. Hughley. Oh, man. Tonight, D.L. Hughley. Tomorrow night, Sinbad. Oh, boy. What kind of whack-ass cruise ship is this? Yeah, buddy, it's going to be a new day here in just a moment. Gonna be a new day. No, brother, that's not going to happen. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. You're not going to see me debate D.L. Hughley, you know, because people want to keep their careers. That's not me talking. That's not me being braggadocious. You've seen me not even really debate. You've just seen me interview PhDs. They didn't make it past the first couple of questions. You see, when you can rig the interview and make sure that they don't ask the questions that the people really want to hear, well, yeah, it makes life a lot easier. I'm not going to do that. So since you can't rig the interview and you can't rig the situation, folks, these people are not smart. Their job is to be interviewed in a manner that makes them seem smart, but they're not tested with wild cards. I am the only personality that you all know anywhere that has a way to contact me directly, and I take I've done this going on 2 decades. I get calls and I get called up by people at random. Anything and everything can come at me. If you're not the real damn thing, you can't survive on the Black channel if you're not the real damn thing. These other folk, that's why they shield them and protect them. You can't contact them. So they never have to actually deal with the real world. I got to deal with the real world all the damn time. If I don't keep it real, that's a wrap. That's a wrap. These other people have no experience. Kamala Harris lost the presidential campaign because the truth of the matter is that Kamala Harris has been protected for the last 35 years in politics. The only thing she had to do was be a good bed warmer for downtown Willie Brown. But she didn't have to be a competent politician. She didn't have to actually articulate the issues. She didn't have to actually win a debate. She just needed to be a little cute, exotic looking, bright skinned chick. And that was all she needed to be. Oh, you ain't the regular black, white chick, and you're not the regular black, Latina chick. You something special. And that was all she had to be, because out there in California, that gets you political points. Ooh, she's cute and exotic, with folk asking where you from and what are you, like they do with Meghan Markle. There's a whole bunch of light-skinned chicks. They've been living on the Meghan Markle thing now for decades. That's all they had to do. They never actually had to answer any questions, deal with any issues. They dealt in front of friendly people who already liked them. They had rigged interviews and rigged debates, and they weren't really debates and they weren't really interviews. They were simply there for the purposes of making them look better. They never had to actually take free fire questions and deal with it. D.L. Hughley never has either. That's why him and Steve Harvey were talking about softball interviews and layup questions, and now they've both been exiled. Because over here on this side, we don't do softballs and we don't rig things, and ain't no layups over here, nigga. You got to shoot from the 3-point line. You got to battle to the rim. You got to dunk it. And we don't play modern day NBA punk ball neither. You all have sat here and watched political careers end on this program. D.L. Hughley is smarter than that. This ain't DJ Vlad, where they're here to protect you. It's like, he realizes this will be the last 5 minutes for him, and it's not about me setting him up for anything. It's like, by the way, DL, people need to hear what you really think. And see if you'll actually, so that we can get some clarity on it. You see, if Oprah Winfrey had ever been interviewed that way 30 years ago, she never could have gotten to where she got to. If she had ever actually if any of these media outlets had ever actually interviewed her the way that I would, she never would have become what she did. But of course, they're there to protect you. Rachel Maddow would not be where she is today if after Keith Olbermann that she actually had to answer some real damn questions. I used to give Rachel some respect for at least being reasonably intelligent and reasonably informed and insightful. And election night 2024, she showed us all, I'll be damned, Rachel. You're a phony too. This is crazy. They know they won't make it. So their job is to protect themselves, and it's the network's job to protect them. That's why they sent them over to the Club Shay Shay, and that's why I pointed out to you all before anybody else did. I was the only guy who was showing the numbers online. By the way, Donald Trump has gotten, at that time, it had been like 10 or 15 million views, or 10 or 15 million views on Joe Rogan. Kamala Harris, I was like, she's got less than 1 million on Club Shay Shay. Shannon, I'm not going to sit up here and spit all over your program and whatnot. I've wished you well about that. I told you as long as you could do more than just Cat Williams interviews, you got a shot. So I'm glad to see that things are going reasonably well for him. But Shannon, you're no interviewer. Not for politics, you are not. And the time that you really needed to step up was to not be some political damn cheerleader. Y'all being ass-kissing niggas, and all you really did was destroy any credibility you could have to interview a politician in the future. Tell me anybody who aspires to be president who wants to talk to Shannon Sharpe again. All you're going to remember is that talking to him is where political careers go to die. Now, that's what you'll remember. You'll remember that the last time a major aspiring politician talked to Shannon Sharpe, that was the end of them. Nobody says that about Charlemagne, because at least he asked some questions of Kamala Harris that needed to be asked at that time. And then he, of course, was not consistent enough to keep doing that. But Shannon Sharpe is like, dude, I mean, all you can really do is giggle and kiki around with celebrities and whatnot, and that doesn't really help, to be totally honest. He had Keke Palmer up here on his show, and that interview wasn't worth nothing. Shannon, if you keep doing that, whoever your replacement is going to start getting in the position. So just a word of advice, Shannon, if you're depending on your guests to be unfiltered, and you're not going to sit there and push the interview and push events and get some real substantive questions and uncover some real dirt and get some real things that people didn't already know. If you don't do that, Shannon, it's like, dude, forget about it. It's not going to work. People are not going to tune in every week to have you do some empty bimbo-headed interview, just rehashing a bunch of stuff they already know. Or you'll mention the subjects, but you will not press the issues. No, that's not going to work, bruh. It's not going to work. If you keep this up, by this time next year, we'll be talking about, well, you had a good run. It was about a good 2-year run you had, and then that's it. So I will suggest you learn how to stop being scared and you start having some real interviews that ask some real questions that make some folks a little real uncomfortable so that the audience actually has a reason to tune in. Because if you're going to depend on the folks you're interviewing to make it easy for you, this is going to be a slow, ugly slide downward. I will tell you one thing, a politician would be dumb as hell to go talk to you again. No insult, no disrespect. They would be dumb to go talk to you again because you're not going to ask the questions that the general public wants to know. The public wants to ask the difficult things, and you think your job is to sit there and spit polish the folk, and that's not what does it. You don't. If people have questions about a politician, you don't allay their fears by avoiding the questions. You deal with their fears by getting the politician to explain their position, explain why it is they're doing what they're doing, and then hopefully they get some credibility out of it. But by you trying to shield them, all you did was make it impossible for her to win. She had huge gaping flaws that needed to be addressed. And truthfully speaking, by the time she got to you, it was already too late. But you yourself only added to it because you refused to actually say, okay, let's talk about some real questions here. And as a result, you never gave her the opportunity for those middle of the road people to even make a shot at any of them. You never gave her a chance. Not that she was going to use it anyway, but at least give her a chance. Now, we all know what would have happened. Sonny Hostin said, would you do anything different from Biden? We all saw how that went. Okay, but Sonny gave her the chance. Sonny Hostin gave Kamala a chance to save her political career. She at least gave her a chance. Baby, do something. So at least you're not remembered as this airheaded bimbo that we're about to see you as. At least you won't be remembered that way. At least you won't be remembered that way. In the chat room, Patrick, go ahead and hit me up over here on Zoom. I want Patrick to go ahead and hit me up over here on Zoom. Patrick has a question for me. So Patrick's going to go ahead and give me a call up over here on Zoom. We'll give Patrick 2 minutes here. The link is at the top of the chat room there. So Patrick, we're so glad you got that available for us. So glad you got that available for us, Patrick. So you can go ahead and do that. That'll be helpful. That'll be helpful. So we'll go ahead and give him 2 minutes for that. Remember, when you got questions there, you got questions, we got answers. So yeah, you got to understand here, folks, the DL Hugleys and the Steve Harveys and whatnot, there's a reason. There's a reason that doesn't work. They're there to protect themselves. They are the designated entertainers. They've got political, their job is to bolster what these folks tell them. And that's the reason why it doesn't work anymore, because the truth of the matter is we got different questions and they're not asking the questions we actually want to hear asked. They're not actually addressing the issues we actually want to have addressed. They're trying to tell us what we're supposed to think and tell us what we're supposed to believe and tell us what we're supposed to feel and tell us what we're supposed to agree with. And we're like, no. We want to have a conversation about this because we are coming to different conclusions. So you need to come on out here so we can have this talk about what our concerns are. And they try to make it their job that they don't have any concerns. You don't actually need anything. What y'all need to recognize is everything's great and everything's wonderful and y'all just need to go along with it. That's what they're saying. That's what they're doing. And that's not going to work anymore. You see, back when you only had a couple of cable television networks and you just had to hope for a few snippets of something and you just had to go along to get along, and there wasn't a dialogue because there wasn't a two-way conversation. You just had to take whatever they said and just hope for the damn best. Today, at least you have micro corners out here, and not even micro anymore. You've got full developed avenues out here where we're having different discussions and we're actually dissecting what people are saying and dissecting it. And there are enough people asking questions that you can't swing Georgia anymore. There are enough people asking questions that you can't swing Georgia anymore. You can't swing North Carolina anymore. You can't swing Michigan anymore. And Shannon Sharpe and D.L. Hughley and Steve Harvey did nothing to address that. This idea that, well, we minorities, so we don't care what's happening anywhere at the border and whatnot. Now we got different questions because we're taking a look at all the different avenues you use to try to undermine our socioeconomic progress. We got questions about all that. You see, cats can come on my program if they want to. But when I ask about that border, I'm not asking about that because I love Donald Trump. It's because I see that buffer class strategy is being used to undermine us. So you're going to have to explain to me, what's the bright side? How am I being empowered by that? And all they talk about is, well, it's spiritually, this is capitalist system and whatnot. Okay, but them folk over there are undermining my position. So explain to me one more time about why I should support that, because so far you ain't said nothing. See, that's what doesn't happen in these other places. These other places would let them sit up here and babble on and then won't bring it back where it needs to be. I'm going to bring it back where it needs to be. I'm going to bring it back where it needs to be. I'm going to bring it right back where the subject needs to be. And when they start talking silly and they can't answer anything, and then the situation starts getting awkward and it starts getting cringe, and then people are saying, wow, you're not really leading. It doesn't take 30 hours or 50 different questions to get to that point, people. It takes about 2 questions to get to figure out if that's the way things are going to go. Takes about 2 questions to figure out if that's where things are going to go. That's the reason why they don't do that. And please understand, it isn't because they don't know. Remember, Steve Harvey sat there in front of Kamala Harris and, defiantly, which is why we wanted to document that here. Remember, he defiantly said, y'all ain't gonna get no reparations, no damn way. What? Remember? Oh, he said what he really thought that night. He said what he really thought that day. Y'all ain't gonna get no reparations. Y'all ain't gonna get no reparations no damn way. Remember, I was the guy who cracked that one open and played it over and over again. Talking about no reparations. Ain't gonna get no reparations no damn way. That's that old nigga. That's them old niggas. See, he's sitting there lunching and brunching with Kamala Harris and Obama because he's their good little lapdog, and then telling the rest of us what we don't need. While he's sitting back, got his. With the dope dealer side chick, while he's got his. And he's telling you and me what we don't need and what we ain't gonna get. 'Cause he got his. So no, there's a reason they don't want to do that. See, he can go sit and go talk to Shannon Sharp. Shannon Sharp is not going to ask any player questions. He's not going to ask any G questions. He doesn't know. No offense, Shannon, you're a good football player, but when it comes to this social stuff right here, sit back, take notes, my dude. He's not going to ask no questions like that because he doesn't know. So he's not going to ask. D.L. Hughley is not going to ask. I told y'all about, especially about the entertainment class, and I've been saying this for years. I mean, I've been warning you about this. You all have never heard me point you towards an entertainer to use as our voice. You've never seen me point you towards an athlete to use as our voice. I've always told you that we're going to have to knuckle them under because all of them are well-paid employees. Every single one of them folk, including the ones you think you see hanging around here, every single one of them is looking for a gig. I'm not looking for a gig. These folks are looking for a gig. They're looking to get in where they fit in. They're looking for somebody to sign them. They're looking for a picture deal or a record deal. They don't own anything. They don't own anything. People, please understand that. They don't own anything. D.L. Hughley doesn't own anything. That's why Monique was making such a damn stink about that deal from Netflix. Because Netflix is throwing some money around, kinda, but she's looking to see, by the way, you're signing away your rights. I've had a lot of criticism from Monique, but I'm glad to have some inside information. She at least posted that damn contract letter they sent so she can show you, by the way, the first thing they want you to do is sign away your rights. They want to own it. They want to own it. So I'm just letting y'all know, these other folk out here, man, they're well-paid employees. They're looking for a gig. Please don't believe the hype. They're going to try to figure out how they can stay in somebody's good graces. Some of them are sitting out here trying to dodge indictments or whatever the hell else they're trying to do. But that's what's going on. And for those of us who are not looking to curry favor with political parties or political systems, let me tell y'all something. That's the height of Steve Harvey's life, is having Kamala Harris or Barack Obama come down to the plantation and eat at his house. None of us here have been waiting all our lives for that to happen. None of us. So do you realize that we are directly across purposes from somebody like him just on that one basis alone? That we're not looking for that. We're not looking for that at all. That's exactly what I mean. We're not looking for that at all. So since we're not looking for that, see, Shannon Sharp is looking for that. He's looking for that. D.L. Hughley's looking for that. Tyler Perry's looking for that. Steve Harvey's looking for that. We're the ones talking about, yeah, we're not really looking for that. Okay, well, guess what? These other folk don't want to have a conversation about that. People, what I'm saying is that if I talk to D.L. Hughley, hey, D.L., by the way, are you willing to say under oath on an affidavit that you did not receive that no financial compensation from Kamala Harris has gone to you nor towards any entity that you control. Damn! See, that's the white folk in the press got Oprah Winfrey with that one when she tried to say Kamala Harris didn't pay me. And they said, actually, it says right here, it went to Harpo Productions. Oh, that's my production company. Oh, that's you. No, it's not. That's my production company. Who controls the production company? Oh, me. So, by the way, DL, have you ever received any money or an entity that you control receive any money from Kamala Harris or her campaign? Now, that's an important thing to know because it's like, hey, you asked a bunch of hollow ass, pointless ass questions of black men and you just all hard in the paint for Kamala with no objectivity whatsoever, no criticism whatsoever. She's just great to be great. Did she pay you anything? Did she pay you or any entity that you control anything? Did you or an entity you control get compensated in any way? Because that would explain why your questions are so damn suspect and your behavior is so suspect. Well, no wonder you're paid off too. Those are questions that they will not want to answer. Because when you start seeing that happen, it's like, oh, well, I'll be damned. No wonder. No wonder. So no, don't expect the debate between Jason Black and DL Hughley. Don't look for the debate between Jason Black and Dr. Cornel West.
Auntie, chill.
Don't look for the debate between me and any of them. Like I say, the young man called up a few weeks ago. Remember, he's Jason, would you talk to Dr. West? Dude, Dr. West knows who the hell I am. He's known who the hell I am now for over a decade. We already talked to his office. Cornel West knows exactly who I am. He has talked to us before. He's avoiding me because there are things that he doesn't want to talk about, and there are things that he knows that the conversation goes differently over here. Some of the wiggle room and some of the smoke and mirrors you play in other places, no, we're going to get some things resolved over here. And he has a direct vested interest in not doing that. It isn't because they are afraid that there will be confusion. It is specifically because they know that there will be clarity. That's the reason they don't want that. I'm not looking to be his buddy or his sidekick. I'm not looking for a freaking autograph. I don't need him to be in my documentary films. I don't have to do any of that. I'm perfectly fine if the first time I talk to you is the last time I talk to you. I'm perfectly fine with that. But we're going to get these real questions answered first. And then if I ever speak to you again, that's icing on the cake. But I'm all right if I don't. Do you have an interviewer who is willing to say that? Then I'm all right if I don't. Not because of animosity, but if you feel some kind of way, because I actually did what I'm supposed to do and ask real questions. Well, if that's a problem, if that leads to me not interviewing you again, I'm all right with that. I'm okay with that. If that's the cost of asking real questions, I'll pay it. They want to talk to people who are looking to get mobbed up and get brought in and get connections. I'll make my own connections. But if I do talk to you, I've got questions. I'm not going to be bought off and I'm not going to be compromised. Radical different thing here. Radically different. Let me go ahead and jump over here on Zoom. I think we have the Venerable Patrick here on Zoom. I think we do. Patrick, I just need you to turn your camera and your microphone on for me. Let's just make sure we don't have any trolling issues. Okay, Patrick, I'll give you 5 seconds for that, just to make sure we don't have any trolling issues. So let's just make sure we have that taken care of. Nobody else is seeing you except me. There you go, Patrick. Why do you look like he looks like a Muslim Umar Johnson? What's on your mind, sir?
What's going on, Jason? How you doing tonight, man?
You asked the question, sir.
Yeah, my question is, I got mad respect for you, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate everything you've been doing for a long time, but I feel like a lot of the shows be centered on, you know what I mean, the old black media, and you know what I'm saying? Like, we're not really dealing with white supremacy, and we're not dealing with what Trump is dealing with as far as the police immunity. Like, I feel like our attention and our efforts would be better served, you know what I'm saying, dealing with what the situation is, the threat at hand. And with all of the white supremacy and all of the people that Trump run with, I would think, you know what I'm saying, you'd want to stay at another establishment. I don't really understand the economics you're dealing with as far as staying at this hotel, you know what I'm saying? I was real disappointed with that.
Okay. Well, first of all, sir, do you know why I was there?
No, I don't know why you were there.
Okay, so you started making assumptions.
I mean, you posted that you were there, and I was asking the question in the chat, why
Yes,
would you...
correct, sir. So what you're saying is that you started making assumptions. You're not even really certain why I was there.
That's a good point.
That's the only point. You didn't even ask, you didn't even try to find that part out first. He starts making assumptions and then casting aspersions in my chat room. Hey, Jason, when Trump gonna cut the check? That's not. That's not quite as humorous to me otherwise, because that actually means something. Integrity is the reason why I had to start the Black channel, was because Tom Joyner didn't have integrity. Roland Martin didn't have integrity. Tavis Smiley didn't have integrity, except when it suited him.
Right.
So the whole reason I've had to do this for like going on the last 2 decades is because the sources that we had then did not have integrity, sir. So when somebody makes a statement like you did, which is trying to attack my integrity, that means something. Now, if you must know, obviously you're not from Chicago. Clearly you're not.
No.
Okay. That's the reason why I'm saying you're obviously not. Because everyone who is from Chicago recognized what they saw when they saw my film 8 a.m. So what that automatically tells me is not only are you not from Chicago, he claims to be listening to me and following me, you're not from Chicago, and you didn't see my documentary film 8 a.m. either.
I did not.
There you go. Well, if you had, then you would recognize what you saw. But you didn't. You're not from Chicago, and you didn't see the film. So that's why you're asking, why were you at Trump International? You obviously did not see the film.
I didn't.
Okay. So he's just told you what the purpose was. Yikes. I was at Trump International talking to a white woman about white supremacy. Yikes. Now I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do on Trump's real estate, but that's what I was doing.
I appreciate the clarification.
Okay, the same thing I did 6 years ago when I did my documentary film Race War, which was directly inspired by Donald Trump defending the white supremacists in Charlottesville. And I remember that. I literally was sitting there at Trump's Soho in New York City.
Okay.
I was literally sitting there doing that.
I got you. So don't you think that it's I know it's a cliche to say that we like crabs in a bucket, but at what point are we going to get all of the media heads together and work in unison?
Why do we need to do that? I don't even need just to finish the sentence. Why do we need to get, quote, all the media heads together? What's the point of doing that?
We'd have more strength in numbers. You know what I'm saying? We fighting against each other. Like, you know what I mean? New black media versus old black media. You know what I mean? Roland versus Jason Black, Roland versus D.L. Hughley. Wouldn't we have more strength if we all came together and
Okay,
had one vision.
tell me, how do I work with a DL Hughley or a Candace Owens who is working for our enemies?
I wouldn't say.
Okay, sir.
I wouldn't
Okay,
say
so
Candace
if
Owens,
you're
but,
going,
I mean,
sir, DL Hughley is working for, he's literally bought off and paid for by our enemies. What exactly is it you're looking for us to work together on now that I've told you that?
the situation is, Jason, is we need to get the check cut. We need to cut the check, right?
Second, sir, third try.
All right.
DL Hughley is bought off and paid for by our enemies. Exactly what is it you're looking for me to, quote, work together with him on now that you know that?
When you say enemies, who exactly is he working for? Are we
Kamala Harris, Obama, the Democrats, their donors, their corporate masters, the white supremacists behind them? They are willful, deliberate lapdogs and lackeys forwarding their lies, promoting their propaganda to us for their own individual gain at our expense. Now, they're doing this consciously and willfully. We've taken them to task to the point that they're now complaining that people who do call up to their programs are calling them out on it, and they're not backing down from it. They're trying to defend what they're doing. So exactly what is it you're looking for us to work together on when now you have proof that, by the way, they're backing our enemies. They work for our enemies. So what exactly is it we're trying to work together on?
The same way that Trump was able to take over the Republican Party, we even.
Oh, you mean by
defeating
the others? Oh, you mean by defeating the others? Is what you mean? You mean by doing that? Yeah. You mean like how Trump defeated Ron DeSantis, and how Trump defeated Nikki Haley, and how Trump defeated Mark Zuckerberg, and how Trump defeated J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio. You mean like that?
Correct.
Oh, good. So that's why we are defeating D.L. Hughley and Steve Harvey and Roland Martin. And after we have finished defeating them a few more times, and after they submit and kiss the ring, then they can get in line with the new program. But I am never going to go over there with them and collaborate against the people. So yes, sir, this is what we're doing. We've already beaten them several times, and after we're finished defeating them, then they can talk about how they're going to get with our program.
And our program is what exactly? Because we want the government.
I thought you said you've been listening to me for a while.
I have.
Lie.
I've been listening to you for a while. And
define a while. How long is a while?
8 years.
Then how can you ask the question you just did if you claim you've been listening to me since the end of the Obama administration?
I just want what is the clear, concise
plan? Are you telling me that you've been listening to me since the end of the Obama administration? You're asking me what's the plan?
I feel like we spinning our wheels, Jason. I feel like we do program after program about the Democratic shills.
Back up, sir. Are you telling me that since the end of the Obama administration, it has not been articulated ad infinitum exactly what we're here for, what we want, and why we're doing this? And you're saying that you still don't know?
I'm not saying that I don't know. I'm saying that
Then why are you asking me?
What I'm asking you is that we put so much energy into speaking on Roland. If Roland and DL and all of them is working for the enemy and white supremacy, shouldn't our focus be more on how we get to the reparations and how we get to be one and how we get to the next level as far as freedom in this country and what we're owed? You know what I'm saying?
Sir, the very fact that you're asking about how we can work with the collaborators of our enemies is exactly why I have to keep reminding people why these guys are our adversaries. The very fact you're asking that when you can't name a single honorable thing about any of them. This kind of simple-mindedness, this is the reason I have to consistently remind people week after week. By the way, and furthermore, the Democrats are breaking off hundreds of thousands of dollars to Roland Martin and Al Sharpton. Obviously, that makes them pretty damn currently relevant enough that needs to be pointed out. Hey, you want to know how I can prove to you that these are operatives of the bad guys? They're literally getting paid by these folk. Literally. There's nothing over there that we need or need to work with. If you want to know why it is that they're working against us, I'm now showing you it's not just ideological, it's financial. They're getting paid to oppose everything that we need. And if we don't point this out, then I'll be damned. Folks' memories are short. In your case, clearly it is. And then next thing you know, y'all are sitting up here, well, you know what I mean? Everything rolling ain't bad. We need to all work together. How the hell do you work together with a traitor, sir? How do you work together with a collaborator with your enemies? How the hell do you work? Dude, all I can say is
we do it like how Harriet Tubman did it. You know what I'm saying? Either you come with us or you lay down. You know what I mean? That's how we do it. But it's like we got to give people a chance for redemption. You know what I'm saying?
No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. Absolutely not. You're saying give them a chance.
So there's no way we could turn these brothers on the right path. Maybe
you're saying give them a chance for redemption. What you're really saying is give them a chance to stab us in the back for the 10,000th time. That's what you really mean. Because they're not redeeming themselves today, they're stabbing us in the back. Well, let's give them another chance. At what point do we stop giving people chances to betray us? When do we say, you know what, you've had enough chances, you're done? When does that happen, sir?
The situation is,
Sir, when do we say you've had enough chances stabbing us in the back and you will not get any more opportunities to stab us in the back? When do we say that, sir?
I mean, you got to debate them. You got to bring them over to our side. You got to let them know that what they on the wrong path. And
so you're saying that when you have to debate somebody, you can't just observe what they do for year after year, decade after decade, and make a determination off of that. You have to sit there and argue with them for hours, and then you can make that decision. You can't just make it based off of what you've seen because you've never talked to Donald Trump and never argued with him for hours, and you've come to a conclusion without doing that.
That's real talk.
So we got to do something that you made a decision about Trump, but we can't make a decision about these other people based on what we've seen.
What's your standpoint on Trump? Do you understand the type of threat he is to our people? Do you know where he's coming from with Project 2025? Do you understand?
Okay, sir, how about Barack Obama and Project 2013? How about Kamala Harris and Project 2024? How about Joe Biden and Project 1994 crime bill? How about that, sir? You're trying to act. Here's the problem. The problem is you all get sold out. You all become sellouts when you start trying to make distinctions between those two parties. Malcolm X debunked that while he was alive, and here we are 6 decades later with Negroes still playing this non-game. There is no difference between the Democrats and Republicans except one pretends to like you and the other one doesn't. Neither one of them are for you, and you can't name a single thing that is. So you're playing this game. Well, these races over here is polite to us. I like my racism impolite, actually. I don't want a polite one. I'd rather know you're a bastard for what it is. What do you think of Donald Trump? Him and Joe Biden are twin feathers on the bird of white supremacy. Take a look on your screen, doofus. I want you to take a look on that screen right now. So glad we're on my page here. Jason, what do you think of Donald Trump? I have a better question. The better question is, what do the Democrats think of Donald Trump? Everyone take a look on your screens right now. If you'll remember November 13th, week after the election was over, what do you see on your screens? You should see it on your screen now, sir, on YouTube. What do you see?
Hold on, I'm looking at it. I ain't wanna. What? Oh man, that's
Now you want to sit up
Trump
here.
And Biden.
That's Trump and Biden shaking hands. This was after the election. Now I think you had. Now this is the guy. One trying to put the other one in jail. The other one just got the other one kicked out of the White House. And I think you're telling me something about you want us to. What do we think of Trump? You want us to. You want us to be more upset and ventilated over Trump than Biden is.
It's a good point.
You want us to be more emotional about this than Biden is. You all have been sucked into playing politics like a football game. And this is your team and you're all emotional and rah-rah and you're emotionally invested. Y'all are more invested in this than the folks who are involved are. And I just proved it. I just proved
That's
it.
real
You would be
talk.
bagging your family. I wouldn't shake hands with Donald Trump. He ain't no good. And there's Joe Biden sitting right there, skinning and grinning. And that was just one picture among many that day. They were walking through the damn White House hall room outside, smiling and every damn thing else. And you asking us what we think of Donald Trump? I think the same damn thing of him Joe Biden does. I think
That's
the
real
same
talk.
damn thing Biden does. And I expect the same thing from him. So I don't see him as better or worse. He is just more of the same. The only difference is I'm honest enough to admit that's all it is. He is no better and no worse. If he does not have a black agenda and a plan specifically for us, I don't care about window dressing or kind words. I don't want to come to your fish fry, your barbecue. You're just more of the same. All I want's tangibles. You know why? Because when they show up in front of Jewish people, they don't have conversations like you having.
That's real talk.
When they talk to LGBTQ, they don't have conversations like you're having. They don't ask, those people don't ask the questions you're asking. And they don't sit with their collaborators either. They done run them folk off. They don't sit there talking about redemption and can we work together and can we all just get along? Can we meet up here at the family reunion? They don't do that.
I mean, I'm looking at the fact that they got the access though, Jason. You know what I'm saying? I know you had Jill Stein and Vice President on the Black Channel, but we wasn't able to get, you know what I'm saying, Trump or Kamala to come to the Black Channel, and I want it to be where we're gonna be on that type of level.
But
where
we don't need
everybody need to come to the TVA.
But sir, we don't need that. Kamala Harris already knows about Jason Black. She fooled with my damn passport. Kamala Harris and the Democrats already know. They've literally sent their foot soldiers after us.
Right.
You claim you've been listening to me since Barack Obama's administration, yet you missed all this. So I don't really think that's a true statement. But what I will say is that, dude, you already know they've been doing that. This is not new. They know who we are. I've had presidential candidates say, cut the check. In Sacramento, Gavin Newsom was dodging people with T-shirts and caps that said, cut the check. They know exactly who we are. That's why they sent Joy Reid and Angela Rye and Roland Martin to call us out by name. They didn't jump. They didn't do that out of nowhere. It's like, okay, y'all got to go deal with them fellas there because them dudes have enough pull to prevent us from getting 200,000 votes. And that's the difference between us winning and losing. Kamala Harris lost this election by about 157,000 votes. When you go across the vote totals that she needed in the swing states that could have put her over,
right,
you're looking at about 157,000 votes. Barack Obama carried North Carolina when he ran.
In 2008. Yeah.
Neither Joe Biden nor Kamala Harris did.
Right.
Think about that, sir. Trump has carried North Carolina since 2016. Barack Obama carried it before him.
That's true.
Okay, well, if you're going to try to say it was white folk voting for Trump, then who the hell was it voting for Biden? I mean, for Obama. Oh, that was us. So there's enough of us to drown out that white vote in those areas. Damn Skippy. We decided we're not going this time. I didn't need 1 million people, just 100,000. That's good enough right there. And that 157,000 was enough that she's going back to California with some bourbon.
So now that we showed them that we voting as a block and where our power lies, now we could move forward with the rest of the agendas.
No, we are going to stay consistent with where we are because, as I said, they are going to try to dust themselves off and play this off and tell themselves, well, we were just venting. It is not in their interest to go along with what we said. So one presidential campaign and one presidential election will not be enough to get them to stop doing what they're doing. They're going to have a little bit of introspection. They're going to blame us for a minute because they did exactly what I told y'all. They've been blaming black men and blaming black folk, but particularly black men. They're upset about that. And I said, give them 6 months and they're going to be right back on their bull crap again, falling back into their old ways. So if they lose again in 2028 for the same reason, that's going to be the beginning of them finally accepting 2024 was not a fluke. It wasn't an anomaly. This is different. It's changed. The same old is not going to work. We're going to have to offer something different. And their goal is to offer us nothing because you have just as many white Democrats who are relying on white privilege as you do white Republicans relying on white privilege. That Jennifer O'Malley Dillon, everybody's pulling out the long knives for her, but she's one among many. I've been talking about Lily Adams now for a decade. Your white media consultants and your white campaign consultants, who we now know get millions of dollars.
$1 billion this time. Yeah.
To pretend that the black vote is not there, and specifically and the Simone Sanders telling Kamala Harris, just treat them niggas like dogs, smack them across the nose with a newspaper and tell them, sit your ass down if they sit up and try to say something. So you're going to have a few times, because we spent the last 6 decades conditioning them to believe we're not serious. It's going to take them a few times to see that we're serious as hell. We'll let this bastard burn down. Let Trump run the whole damn thing. We'll hold out longer than you will. Because Trump's not really targeting us at this point right now. They're having a civil war amongst themselves. They can go ahead and have at it. We weren't getting anything anyway. So it's like, okay, you know what? When y'all get serious about getting us back to that voting booth, then we'll be serious about going. But I don't want to hear from any more entertainers, no more clergy, no more rappers, no more anything. Brother, they know what we want.
I feel you.
They have no problem cutting the check to every damn body else. We show up, we're the backbone of the party, and all of a sudden everybody's playing dumb. No.
That's real talk.
And damn black unity. If black unity is working together with traitors, damn it.
Appreciate you clarifying it for me, Jason. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate the patience. I just was I saw you at the Trump Hotel, and I made an assumption, you know what I mean? And I'm glad you cleared that up.
Thank you for giving us a call. This is a teaching moment. By the way, just consider the irony of that, by the way. Oh boy, he's at the hotel. He's at the White House. Yeah, he's in a number of places. Let me go ahead and see if I can get Michael up here on Zoom. Let me go ahead and get Michael here on Zoom. All right, we got Michael on Zoom. What's on your mind, brother?
Oh, Jason, I felt like I was on the slow bus forever. The last one. Anyway, you talked about, to answer that question, all you had to say was we about Black economic empowerment. I mean, the Black agenda is the thing, but I think the problem for these for these presidential candidates is that if they offer us reparations, ending qualified immunity for cops and the anti-crime hate bill, that it will antagonize the white, Jewish, and Asian electorate. And I think that they felt like they would probably feel like they can't afford to do that.
Well, here's the issue though, Michael. There's already an agitated white electorate against Trump, just like there's an agitated white electorate against Biden. So there's the killing thing about it. Oh, if they support us, it'll agitate white folks against them. Meanwhile, we can sit up here and show you a number of different issues where white folks are already agitated at them now. So that becomes I can understand why you're saying that. People say that all the time, but I just want folks to know, by the way, yeah, they already deal with that. Every election, they always talk about how much of the so-called white working class vote they didn't get. How much of the white rich vote, the white educated vote, the white uneducated vote. So you're always splitting the difference there. So not doing what you're supposed to do for us can't be the excuse for doing that. We're not going to allow that to be their excuse anymore. This could piss off some white folks. They're going to piss off white folk either way. What about abortion? That's all you heard about was abortion. And then election day came, and then you found out it was a non-issue. So it's like, okay, well, give them something to be pissed off about.
And also, too, if I were a mega donor like that Morgan person that you spoke of, I would donate to key players on both sides of the political aisle, Republican and Democrat, the notes like AIPAC does. And no matter who wins, I still got skin in the game. To me, that would be a working strategy.
But that's what they already do. These folks already do that. They already do that. The donors, the corporations, they already give to both parties. They already do that now. That's the reason why they don't get targeted. So that's an old game right there. They already do that. You got some Hollywood celebrities, but remember, that's the difference between being rich and being wealthy. Rich people try to be seen because being seen is part of how they make money. Wealthy people don't want to be seen. I had never seen John Morgan before Chris Cuomo did that interview. Truth be told, I didn't know the man was still alive. I didn't know he was still alive. Oh, he's not just alive. He's alive, well, and pissed off as hell at the last election. So I'm just saying, but he's wealthy. He don't need to be seen. He's got hundreds of other attorneys killing themselves to run his law firm. That's wealthy. He doesn't need to be seen. And now you made a big ass mistake with him being seen, because the only reason he wants to be seen now is to tell the vice president of the United States, you're done in politics. She was doing real good when he wasn't being seen. So that's what happens when you're dealing with wealth. You're doing real good when they don't want to be seen. If they do have to actually come out, baby, it's about to be a hell and high water. So the rich folk are out there getting on TV, D.L. Hughley and George Clooney. The wealthy people, nah, we don't want to be seen, but we're going to be felt. And that's where you really want to be.
Yeah, I think when you mentioned Tiffany Cross, I thought you were going to play that that thing that it says after you mentioned Tiffany as a co-host. I thought you were going to play, boy, what in the hell is the matter with you?
Boy, what in the hell's the matter with you?
Well, like I say, it depends. If Tiffany if she play her cards right. If she play her cards right, Michael, it could be something in the future happening for her here. Like I say, she won't have to go open that OnlyFans. So if she play her cards right, something could happen, because sitting over there with Andrew Gillum is not a good look. I mean, there is no reason for you to get dolled up looking cute just so you can sit next to Andrew Gillum. What's the purpose? Why? That's a waste of sexy. Is sitting her and Angela Rye, these two little cute chicks sitting next to Andrew. For what? Stop calling it native land and call it the friend zone. That's what you need to call it, is the friend zone. Either that, or is one of y'all waiting for his wife to give up, or I don't know what's going on. I wouldn't want to follow up behind, where Andrew being, but.
Yeah, I got a question, and I'll be brief about this. The ICC has just called for the arrest of Netanyahu for war crimes. But if they're going to do that, shouldn't they also call for the arrest of Biden? And Trump is a big friend of Israel. Shouldn't they also be calling for his arrest? I mean, they do. Partners in crime, they do that to black people all the time. If you just riding in the car of a robbery, you get indicted too. I mean, why doesn't that same logic work? If Netanyahu is going to be a warrant for him, so a warrant should be set out for Biden and Trump too.
I mean, in a perfect world, George W. Bush and Dick Cheney would have been sitting in the Hollywood squares with Saddam Hussein. In a fair and just world, you don't have one. So the ICC, really, this is for symbolic purposes, I guess, for the purposes of history, to show where they stood, which is really all they can do at this point. They're judges, but judges are really just bureaucrats. Vladimir Putin is over there, damn me, blowing up everything moving. They want him too. So I give them 10 points for at least having the guts to say, hey, this is wrong. But what you're finding is what good does it do for you to have a court that has no power? If you can't go get Netanyahu, then your warrant is meaningless. If you can't go get Putin, your warrant is meaningless. If you don't have police powers or a police force that is willing to go pick up George W. Bush and Dick Cheney, then you really just got something ceremonial. Because here's the thing, Netanyahu, you can issue all the warrants you want to. Netanyahu can travel from Israel to America with no problem. If America is not going to help you execute that warrant when he lands in Washington, then of what effect is the warrant? You see what I mean?
Yes.
If America won't do it, Britain won't do it, France won't do it, if all these places they go won't do it, then what good is the warrant? And you can't send anybody in to go get him, so.
The last caller talked about making, you said he made an assumption, assumptions, sometimes it's good to draw conclusions and make assumptions, because the science of mathematics, we must remember, is built on a series of assumptions. But I was just mentioning that. And my final point is this.
Yeah, well, it's built on assumptions that have some underlying evidence, though. That's why you have theories, because there's something that's leading you in that direction. His whole thing is, ooh, Jason, you was at the Trump International, and he talking about when Trump gonna cut the check, as if Trump is compensating me or influencing me or something. And what I'm saying is that if you've been listening to me for the last 8 years, then you know what I was saying for the entire 4 years that Trump was president. You also know what's going to happen after January 20th. Well, hey, Trump, there's no reason for me to talk about the Democrats anymore because they're not the ones in power. So why, Jason, you talking about Biden for 4 years? He's the one in the White House. It makes no damn sense to talk about Trump. He's not in the White House. Oh, Trump, you in the White House. Okay, well, guess what? January 20th, you get put right back on that skillet you were on that I put you on in 2016.
Yeah, and one final question. You don't have to answer it, but I'm listening to you right. And if I was a betting man, I think I would say that you are agnostic. Am I right or wrong?
You talking about religion?
Well, agnostic, this doesn't necessarily mean religion.
I would say more non-denominational if you're going to get into that as far as a social view. You know, my whole thing is these things can or cannot be. You talk about Republican political parties or whatever their motives may be. I don't really argue with people over their motives because that's difficult to prove. I don't know if I can prove what you truly believe. I can prove what you're doing. Now that I can prove. So I really just try to stay in an area where I can do that. And I don't think becoming completely committal allows you to do that. That's why you had people like Patrick calling in all these other folk. They have made a commitment, Michael. That's why I said it's like a football team. At the very least, they become emotionally committed. And that's why they can't make an objective decision, because even when they're not receiving any real results, they're receiving emotional satisfaction from being attendees of the game. So that is to them, that is compensation. Well, I was a part of the game. That's what they mean by exercise your right to vote. Well, I went to go vote. I'm in the game. And you and me are like, man, damn being in a game. We're here for a championship, not a game. We're not interested in participation trophies. We're interested in championship trophies. So there's the difference there. So that's the way I come down on things. Whatever you're selling, I'm buying if it gets me to my destination. I'm not going to argue with it. We're not going to argue over semantics. We're not going to argue over names. We're not going to argue over motives. If you're going to get me to my destination, I'm buying whatever you're selling.
So are you agnostic?
I mean, I would say I'm non-denominational. If I had to put a label on it, that's the one I would use. Not necessarily agnostic, non-denominational. I meant what I said. I'm buying whatever you're selling. If that's going to get us to our destination, that's fine. Well, Jason, we shouldn't call ourselves black. You know how I deal with that. Okay, whatever label you want, that's fine. Now, what we're going to do about white supremacy? You got an answer for that? You can call us whatever you want to, if you got the answer for that. Black empowerment, economics, reparations, Freedmen's Bank, reparations across the board, overturning white supremacy in the criminal injustice system. Whatever you're selling, I'm buying. Call it whatever you want to, long as I get my results.
You have a good evening, Jason.
Thank you very much for giving us a call. Whatever you selling, I'm buying. Whatever name you want to give it, whatever satisfies you, hey, I'm rolling with it. Fine. Now, what are we going to do? Call it whatever you want. Label it whatever you want. Now that we've got that out of the way and we're no longer wasting time talking about labels, now what are we going to do? Because I've already presented you with what we're going to do. But it's like, okay, now that you finished with that, are you doing what we're doing, or you want to start talking some more? And can we make friends and redeem some vote? Not really interested there. All right, we got Brother Elijah. Nigga.
What's happening?
Nigga, was you pulling up your damn pants?
No. I was trying to drop something serious.
Dude, your pants is wide.
No.
Y'all, I'm not even going to tell y'all what the hell I saw over here. I'm not even going to tell you what the hell I'm not even going to tell you. Elijah was trying out for his OnlyFans. That's the only thing I can.
Man.
Nigga, you haven't even zipped your pants back up. Elijah.
Boy, what in in the hell's the matter with you?
Alrighty then.
Elijah, what in the hell do you want?
Oh gosh, I just called this thing to chime into the program, big brother.
If you got your diaper back on, what is it?
No, big brother. No. I got a question, and I got a follow-up from a program you did, but I'm gonna stick to tonight's program first. With this whole Kamala Harris campaign issue, do you possibly think that it's just possible? We know her political career is over, but do you think that she can find herself in a federal courthouse behind this?
No. Basically, campaign financing is really it's really a creativity zone. Violating it, there's not really a lot of criminal statutes to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's more like a civil thing. It offends people's sensibilities, but I haven't seen or heard anything that rises to a criminal level.
Right.
It's just, at best, what you can say is she was incompetent. Because the thing is, you'd have to prove something, and you can't prove that the money didn't get spent. That's what John Morgan was complaining about. He was complaining that they were buying Kamala Harris's campaign was buying ads in Florida, a state that they're not going to win.
Right.
So he's like, why am I seeing ads in Florida? You're not going to win Florida. So you spent money in Florida, a state that John Morgan is in. And he's like, why? And he said the reason why is because they had to spend the money.
Mm-hmm.
They were paid to go do ad buys, so they were doing ad buys even in states they couldn't win, simply so they could tell you, well, I spent the money. And so that's the problem. So you're like, you spend it, but you spent it in Florida. Well, I mean, we spent the money. So it's like having a tax deduction. So you spent that so that you could check a box and say, well, I spent all the money you gave me.
So that was basically deliberate and unethical, basically.
Well, it depends on what you mean by that, because what their counter argument will be, well, Donald Trump was campaigning in New York.
Oh.
So
right.
that would be the counter argument you'd make to that as well. Donald Trump ran ads in states that he wasn't necessarily going to win. He showed up in New York, Madison Square Garden. That costs money.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be their counter argument to you. Now, then you're going to come back and say, yeah, well, Trump is softening up New York, and whatnot, and you have to have a presence there. He was taking this as an opportunity to move the needle in New York overall for the party. Well, that's what her people are going to say. Well, then in Florida, Andrew Gillum almost won in Florida. So you see that we're doing the same thing. You see what I mean? So that would be their argument. So that's what I'm saying is you're going to get really bogged down in, but this wasn't the time to be doing that. So a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking that you can't actually prove was disingenuous or fraudulent or anything like that.
Right.
And the other thing is, what you're also going to say is, if she had won the election, would you still be complaining about what she spent in Florida? If she had won the election, would you be complaining about her spending $1 million to put her face on the Sphere in Vegas? Or would you be saying, well, Trump went on Joe Rogan, but Kamala put her face on the Sphere in Vegas. She was a genius. You see what I mean?
Right.
It's like the old saying, success has many fathers, failure is an orphan. So if it had won and worked, they'd be saying that she was brilliant and she softened up Florida and great. And it failed, so it's like, it all rolls downhill. Now you're just dumb for whatever happened. They're gonna say you're just stupid.
Right. Yeah. That goes to even election day. I'm trying to figure this out. How did the polls say she was up in some cases, or she was neck and neck? And then even on the broadcast, you even when I asked you this question, you even said there's a chance she might win, and then when election day happened, she got washed. So were the polls inaccurate? I'm not talking about not you being accurate, but was the polls inaccurate? What something went wrong?
Well, like I said, I mean, pretty much the last month of the campaign, I was pretty consistent about Trump winning. I said the only thing that would happen is if Trump snatches defeat from the jaws of victory, which is always possible with him because that's what happened in 2020.
Right.
Kamala Harris and the pollsters. Now, remember, there were a whole bunch of outside pollsters, New York Times and Siena and a bunch of other people. You know, there was the guy who used to run 529, Nate Silver, I want to say his name is. Mm-hmm. And, you know, he's been pretty accurate and pretty consistent in those things. And after Biden dropped out, the momentum swung to Harris. And then right after that, Nate Silver was like, no, Trump is gaining, got the edge here. So you had a bunch of pollsters out there saying a number of different things. Then you've got what they call the internal polling, which is held by the politicians themselves.
Right.
Now, you've got actually competing ones in that regard because Joe Biden, his internal pollsters were telling him that he was doing fine after the debate with Trump. Nancy Pelosi called him up and said, I don't care what your internal pollsters are telling you. You're underwater. It's gone terribly. So you've got that going on. This week, we got no less than David Plouffe, who ran Obama's campaign. And he said, you know, in our internal polling, we never really had Kamala with some big lead. Now that's news. That made earthquakes. That's really huge. And that's what that Lindy Lynn is upset about. And she was like, if you knew this the whole time, that even though there's a bunch of other pollsters out here, New York Times and things, which we know are biased. So it's like, okay, how far did they go? Because remember that chick out there in Iowa said that Kamala Harris was going to win Iowa by like 7 or 10 points. Which was just shocking to the conscience. She's now said she's stepping down from the newspaper and getting out of polling. I'm like, baby, you gave up polling that night. When you said she was going to win Iowa, you lost your polling career right then. So things like that. Then you have that Lichtman clown, you know, him and his stupid ass keys. And what I'm saying is you have a whole bunch of folks out there who are supposed to be using scientific methods and we're highly suspicious that they're not. Then you have the political parties themselves that have several different types of groups who are running internal polls. Trump had internal pollsters for him, and they were actually analyzing ads, which is why they went with that the ad about the trans, Kamala is for they, them, Trump is for us, is for you. His internal pollsters showed him, man, this is a home run. Things like that. So what I will tell you is after Biden dropped out, yes, I do believe that Kamala Harris popped ahead in the polls simply because of an anti-Trump, anti-incumbent sentiment. And a lot of people they had forgotten why they didn't like her. And they were just willing to give her a chance. All the news media was on her. All the attention was on her. I told y'all back then, Hollywood has stepped in and they're going to try to package her as a product because that's what they do. And for about the first month, I believe she was ahead of Trump in the polls for about the first month. Then going into the convention, I told y'all honeymoon's over. It just starts going downhill and it gets worse. And I believe what David Plouffe really means is that the last 2 months, September and October, he doesn't see, his polling showed that she was never ahead at that point. She had fallen behind and she really wasn't catching up. She squandered that month and a half when she should have been doing interviews and reinforcing to people how credible she was and allaying their fears. When she should have been doing that, she was hiding. She was trying to hold rap concerts and trying to coast on joy.
And vibes.
all in a desperate attempt to prevent doing an interview. And remember, I was the guy hyping up, hey, by the way, she's not doing any interviews. She's not talking to anyone. And I said, she thinks she's going to coast to the White House and not give an interview. And you had folks on The View and CNN say she doesn't need to give interviews, remember? She doesn't have to give any interviews. Those are the people, those are the willful lackeys who sat up here and reinforced her delusion. And they told her what she wanted to hear. Okay, but they make money and they're not running for office. And At that point, your polls, a lot of the other polls, remember, polls are a snapshot in time, but you also have to remember that polls are a lagging indicator. Usually polls are about a week behind. So they're telling you what the sentiment was last week. That's the bad news. Here's the worst news. What if you've been doing a poll once every week? And what if out of the last 4 weeks, the polls have consistently shown you losing 1 point a week? Even if we're waiting 7 days, or the one poll we just looked at is 7 days old, if it's part of a month-long pattern, you're in trouble. So I believe what David Plouffe really means is that those last 2 months, even his internal polling showed she wasn't moving. She was going down, it was getting worse, and everything she was doing was not working. That was a result of squandering those first 45 days after Biden dropped out, dodging the issues, dodging interviews, thinking that Whoopi Damn Me Goldberg and Abby Phillips are going to win your election and Beyonce are going to win your election for you. That was what happened. And by the time she realized that the Titanic is sinking, it was too late to do anything. You can go on Joe Rogan. Dude, you can go on Rolf the Dog and Sesame Street. It's not going to help you. Right. Not anymore. Because what happens is if you wait till the last 30, 45 days, dude, everybody's already made up their minds. And that's what Trump proved. He can go to Madison Square Garden. They can make racist jokes. The folks who are going to vote for him have already decided to vote for him. And the folks who have decided to vote against him have already made up their minds. There are no undecideds 30 days out from the election. At that point, you're really just trying to get everybody to go show up. But you're not trying to convince anybody else. By the time we get that far along, she hadn't convinced anybody. There's no reason to nag black men. We've already made up our minds about you. 30 more days is not going to convince us otherwise.
Then that leads to another question, particularly about this subject, because nobody really asked this question, but I'll ask it. Was that a good idea for Joe Biden allowing himself to get edged out? Because he had every right to stay in the election, and then this possibly could have been a little bit more competitive. Why did he allow himself to get edged out? Because he looked like he had somewhat of a winning ingredient. He beat Trump the first time around. They could have went neck and neck. I don't think he would have gotten as washed as
Nancy
bad.
Pelosi has done more talking, so she's really confirmed what I said the whole time. The Democrats and their donors, California's delegation specifically, basically launched a coup against him. That's why George Clooney came out. They basically got together behind this. Well, first of all, number one, he was not supposed to run for re-election. The deal was that Joe Biden was going to run in 2020 and that basically he would groom Kamala Harris to run for 2024. I was the guy who told you all in 2021 and 2022 that when he made her the border czar, I said he's scuttling her career. He's giving her an impossible task. She has no powers. He's going to make sure she doesn't do it. And he's going to ruin her, which is exactly what he did. And then when 2022 shows up and it's very clear that nobody else is being prepared to take over from him, there's not going to be anybody ready by 2024. Right. And then he said, oh, well, what do you know? There's nobody ready for 2024. And the situation's so bad. I mean, he said this in an interview. I'm saying, right, y'all can go look this up. He said in an interview that he wasn't supposed to run for re-election. But when I saw how bad the situation was and how much of a hole Trump put us in, I just, I decided, man, the situation's too bad. I got to run again to fix this. And nobody else was ready. Well, they weren't ready because you didn't keep your word to prepare them. So it's after 2022 that 2023, in mid 2023, Nancy Pelosi and friends realized he's going to run again. He's not stepping down, and he hasn't prepared anybody else, and he's not going to let us run anybody else. So that was when he decides to go and run again, with them behind the scenes like, you really need to fall back. Remember what you said, and he refused to do it.
Right.
That was when they decided, okay, well, I guess we're kind of stuck with him. And they were looking for an opening. And then the debate happened. And they knew it was going to be a disaster. And they're like, this is our opening. When he did the debate and things went south, Nancy Pelosi and Obama contacted him, and they told him, you got to go. Now we know that they told him three things. Number one, they told him, if you don't step down, we're going to get the donors to pull the money. He don't want to back down. Joe, if you don't step down, we're going to hold an open convention. Yeah, it's after the primaries, but we're going to hold an open convention. You can't do that. Watch us. And then finally, they said the third thing. By the way, if all else fails, we'll 25th Amendment you.
Yeah, what is the 25th Amendment? How could they pull that off?
Your cabinet declares you to be mentis, I forget the exact Latin, but mentis incompetens, non compos mentis. Basically,
incompetent.
Your cabinet declares you to be unfit to serve. Now, there's a number of different hurdles you have to go through to get a non compos mentis to work. You know, you even need the Speaker of the House. You know, but it starts with your cabinet. So basically, the vice president and all his lieutenants that Biden chose would have to get together and gang up on you and go to Congress and say, hey, this guy got to go. So basically, that amendment allows for the government to declare a president unfit to continue. But the hurdles are high. The hurdles to get over that are high. You're going to need a majority of the government to gang up on you. So it's not something that would happen easily. But we now know that Obama and Pelosi were dangling that possibility at him. Hey, dude, don't think that the 25th Amendment's off the table, because it isn't. This will be ugly. And even if we don't win, we need to let folks know we'll do it. So the next time we tell somebody, step down, we're not playing with you. So that was the real thing about it. So everybody is now saying that he stepped down over the weekend because by Monday morning, they were going to have all their other lieutenants come out against him. So Hakeem Jeffries and the Democrat leadership, now they're saying that he stepped down over that weekend because they had told him that Monday morning, we're going to have the Democratic leadership come out and openly tell you that you need to step down. So you can do this now, or you can wait till Monday morning and they'll do it. And so I believe that over the weekend, he negotiated whatever little package you're going to get, and then he stepped down, but then he injected a poison pill. And I told y'all all this when it happened. I said, he's already endorsed Kamala Harris. That's not what Nancy Pelosi and Obama want. They want his whole administration gone. They don't want Kamala. They want to pick California is taking over. They've launched a coup and they want to put in their own person, most likely Gavin Newsom. Right. By him naming Kamala Harris, he robbed them of the ability to name their own person. So he did that deliberately. Okay, well, if I got to go, we all going. And let's see how much of the vote you get when you have to go scuttle Kamala too. That's not going to fly. And he was right. It wasn't. Especially not after he endorsed her. It wasn't. So that was what happened. That is the short story of how Joe Biden got run off. Everybody decided he was supposed to only serve for one term, and he botched the deal. He double-crossed them. And he was trying to go back for a second term when they made it clear to him they didn't want that. So basically what you saw was them make an example of him. Next time we tell y'all one term, damn it, we mean one term. Mm-hmm. The next time you tell us, we tell you what the deal is. You don't tell us what the deal is.
Just to beat on that, beat that drum on that 25th Amendment. When you're talking about his cabinet, well, doesn't he have the right? If they're gonna gang up on him, doesn't he have the right to, I guess, basically pull a Donald Trump fire on
yes,
everybody?
And the 25th Amendment also recognizes this as well. So that's one of the problems is that if you all did decide as his cabinet to gang up on the president, you do run the chance that he might start firing people before you have a chance to do that. So this is, so like I say, I mean, that could happen. I'm saying the 25th Amendment is not really a straightforward thing. That's why it's always been debatable. Can you even pull it off? even the wording of the 25th Amendment makes it questionable. Do we do this with Congress, or is it his cabinet does it with Congress, or does his cabinet do it or Congress can do it? So even the 25th Amendment is really questionable, but what they let him know is, damn it, we're going to use it, or at least it's on the table. So legally speaking, yes, you're right. I mean, it could get sticky, and we're not sure. Here comes the Supreme Court. Do you see what I mean? It's a high bar to clear.
Right.
And you can do it, but it's tricky, and it's a high bar to clear. It's not just as simple as, okay, me and Kamala and the Secretary of State gonna get together and his ass out. It won't be that easy. He can't fire Kamala Harris.
No, he can't.
And it's questionable if you could fire a Secretary of State. But other than that, it gets real sticky when you do that. So it's very uncertain.
Okay. Jason, this was a follow-up question.
Nigga, you've had 3 follow-up questions and ain't picked up your pants yet.
I'm sorry. I'm going to land my plane after this question, but this is something very, very serious. When you did the broadcast two weeks ago, when a brother named Gavin called and about the attorney. To make a long story short, I got a recent law graduate. My cousin, she's 28 years old, just passed the bar and everything like that. I was at Thanksgiving dinner tonight, and I asked her, "Hey, are you gonna?" Because she wants to do litigation and do injury law and everything like that. And I asked her, I want you down the road to see if you can start filing cases on behalf of Black people and everything like that. Because I said, hey, we need some more Johnny Cochrans. Like, she's just recently, she said, oh, I'm sorry, if you're looking for a civil rights lawyer, no, that's not my interest. And then everything popped up in my head why you went off the way you did for close to 30 minutes. Because I even see the grooming already. Like I said, I see what you see. I see the grooming already, that they are really, we do have a useless legal class. Now, my question is, why are our people so scared? And yet during the times of when things was a lot harder, they was willing to stand up.
Well, because back then we had no choice. So being a slipping personal injury is really only something that's taken off in the last 50 years, particularly the last 30. And a lot of folk go there because that's where the money is. The money is in personal injury. Civil cases, there's money depending on who you sue. Civil cases tend to drag out. That's the problem with civil cases. They tend to drag out. Personal injury cases, generally speaking, you're really going after an insurance company.
Right,
and they have a metric that they use to determine if they're going to fight you. And if they do decide to fight you, how much they're willing to pay or spend to fight you. So that's why the Morgan and Morgans and their ilk can get really good about refining their practices. Because in many cases, they hire attorneys who used to work with the insurance companies.
Right.
So that's the reason that they do that. So they have formulas they can run, and they know how they're going to get paid. In civil law, especially if you're going after the government or whatever, that it doesn't pay the same. No. It doesn't pay the same. It's very risky. It drags on forever. These are not, whereas with personal injury cases, everybody in the case is trying to figure out how to settle. And to the fellow who we called in there before, who was talking about Dominion, they're trying to figure out how to settle out of court. Right. Nobody wants a Dominion case where you end up in court and there's depositions and the amount that you paid is on the record, because no insurance company wants it to keep being recorded how much they paid, because then people can look up what kind of case it was and what the circumstances were and what the insurance company paid for it. So now you're setting the bar of what people can go after you for. So everybody wants to settle out of court, especially in insurance companies, so that nobody knows how much they're willing to pay. And that's where the money is. Medical malpractice, traffic accidents, 18-wheelers, chemical accidents, oil rigs. There's a number of different places where you have, quote, personal injury.
Right.
And that's where the money is. Just the bottom line is I'm not saying money is in time. Generally speaking, you try to get those cases resolved within 1 calendar year. Whereas a civil case against the government, you'll be there 5 or 10 years.
Right.
And you really have to be good at what you do. It's going to be a whole bunch of motions. That's not going to be a sprint. It's going to be a marathon. And that's not really conducive to running a $1 billion business. It makes you an excellent social activist and a terrible business person, unless you're just very good at what you do. Now, if you're good at it, like Johnny Cochran was, then this goes differently. But the other thing is, by the way, you don't get just the threat of filing lawsuits is enough to make a whole bunch of folk back down from garbage they would otherwise try. So there's the big difference. Even if you're not the most competent, just knowing we got folk to do that. I don't know if the lawyers that David Miscavige had with the Church of Scientology when they sued the IRS in every state, I don't know if their lawyers at the church were good enough to pursue those cases. I do know that the very fact that they filed them was enough to get the IRS to back down, no matter how good or bad of lawyers they are.
Right.
So if we had something like that alone would stop a bunch of people from a bunch of garbage. Just knowing that stepping in the wrong direction would end them in a court somewhere, that alone would do it. But like I said, our best and brightest in many cases are looking to get bought off. They're looking for a bag from the very people who are oppressing us. And she can go be a personal injury attorney, but you watch the black female state attorney in Florida get herself pulled over by the police.
Right, of course.
And so that's the issue that we run into. Thank you very much for giving us a call, Elijah. Yeah, brother, y'all, I am scarred. Just the camera came on and all I see is, whoa, dude, button your pants up. What are you doing? It was like a male upskirt camera.
What?
So I don't know if I'm going to I think I'm going to make Elijah be off camera from now on. I might just make him off camera from now on because I can't do that 5 more times. I can't do that 5 more times. I need hazard pay. All right, let me see if I can get Mr. Gray up here on Zoom. I thought the niggas calling me shirtless were bad. I thought the fellas who would call me up with no shirt on were bad. And Elijah was like, nigga, hold my thong. Damn! So, all right, let me see. Okay, Mr. Gray, we got you here on Zoom. What's on your mind, brother?
Yeah, that's not the business I'm calling in with, brother.
Oh yeah, you're fully clothed. I thank you. Thank you very much.
Hey, fully clothed, man. Appreciate you having the broadcast on Thanksgiving. And I actually tuned in late, but when I tuned in, you know what I mean, I could tell you kind of, standing on business, talking about NIL deals, you know what I'm saying, sports contracts, all that type of stuff. So what I wanted to call in to ask you is, a lot of people in the broadcast industry are pretty excited about Trump's being the president-elect because of the deregulation of the FCC, right? And so what I mean by that is the FCC right now is highly regulated, meaning how many, stations you can own as far as, what type of market you are in. You cannot own a certain percentage of markets in a particular station if they have, a so-called, higher audience. So with that being said, with the election of President Trump, does the new black media, is there a way that we can find a way to tap into that industry, meaning that from a broadcast television perspective? Obviously, we have, YouTube, social media, Instagram, TikTok, all of that. But from what I'm hearing, it's about to be pretty wide open with the deregulation of the FCC. And if you have the resources and the monetary assets, stations are up for grab right now.
Okay. The short answer to it is no.
Okay.
Now, let me give you the short answer, the intermediate answer, and the long answer, because you all need to know all three, because this will give me an opportunity to address that, so I won't have to do it again in the future. I can just point y'all back here, which won't help because folks will still ask. The short answer is no.
Okay.
The intermediate answer is whether you're running a television station or a radio station, you're running a bit of an enterprise. The scientific basis upon which, quote, broadcasting works is your transmission tower. Generally
Correct.
speaking, when you go to an area and whatnot, you see the transmission towers. They're usually miles and miles away, and they're at wherever the highest point in that geographic region is. For example, I live in Shreveport, Louisiana. All of our TV stations, radio stations are headquartered out of Shreveport, but all the transmitters are all the way out there in Mooringsport, Louisiana. So you got to drive like 30, 45 minutes to get to where the transmitters are, because technically speaking, they're higher in elevation than Shreveport is. So they cover a big geographic area, even though like 30 minutes north of us. It takes a gargantuan amount of electrical power. If you're running a 50,000 watt radio station, that takes a real good amount of electrical power to get that signal, to have a powerful enough signal transmitting out from your transmitters for people to pick up. If you're running a 5,000 watt station, that's one thing. Ain't nobody doing that. Everybody wants to be 50,000. Some of them want to be 100,000. So these are very costly endeavors to run that kind of electrical power. Now, when we start talking about, satellite link ups, things like that, it's getting more expensive here. Just off of just those basic things alone, this is getting more expensive. That's why your local TV stations and whatnot are owned by conglomerates like Raystar,
correct,
and places like that. So and Cumulus. That's the reason why. So they have to bundle it together because technically speaking, this is a very expensive thing. Now, the longer answer is we don't even want to.
Okay.
Because the world has moved away from broadcasting, traditional broadcasting. Back when you had Walter Cronkite, you only had a few stations, and they tried to serve more people, but we now realize that's not what people really wanted. Now that you actually have the option, of narrowcasting now. You can get a precise channel on the internet that is serving up exactly what you want. You don't have to sit up here and be like, oh boy, they're serving. It's like going to a restaurant that's serving a whole bunch of garnish with your meal of stuff you don't even want to eat. Now you can get exactly what you want in a manner in which radio cannot do. Radio can't do what I do for 3 hours because the audience isn't of that size. So I can run nationally, but trying to run in a city would be very difficult. The cable television, well, now you're running nationally. Yeah, but that's already locked up by the cable conglomerates. And once again, you're back in that issue you were in before. This is why Byron Allen had to work his way up over the course of 4 decades. And
Correct.
even then, he had to go to court and strong arm.
Too, actually.
Yeah, he had to go to court and strong arm people and everything else right there. So that's the reason why that had to happen. The other thing is, once again, Byron, congratulations on getting the Weather Channel. I don't know if that's a growth market. I know
you about to sell that. You about to sell the Weather Channel.
I know it's hella expensive. And what I'm saying is, I feel about broadcast television and radio the way I felt about Sears and Kmart.
Gotcha.
Remember, there were people selling those right up until, the last minute. So people's idea of asset, remember MySpace was getting sold. I mean, it's still out there somewhere, so I'm just saying I don't even know if that would be a bright thing to do. Well, they're going to sell it. Well, there's always going to be somebody trying to buy it. I just don't think they're going to buy it for what you bought it for. And it just becomes diminishing returns. So now people are offloading assets. And I don't even really think that's the reason why they were getting into them to begin with. So what I think is eventually going to happen is the government or media is going to turn over that spectrum to something else. I don't know what it will be just yet. I think they're going to because they've made it digital, I think they're going to come up with something else for it. I don't know what that something else is. Until we do, I don't think it's a good idea to go speculating because, brother, it could be years or decades before we figure out what the old broadcast spectrum can be monetized for. Because right now, the internet runs the damn yard. All the investment has gone into fiber. It's all gone to fiber. It's all gone to the internet system. So we'd have to come up with an alternative that would make that economically viable. And it had its chance for a century. And it ran the yard. And then something else better came along. So I think the spectrum will be used for something else. But right now, nobody knows what that something else will be. Nobody.
Gotcha. And that's exactly why you are the authority, because like I said, the one thing that I thought about was, again, the fact that, you know, it appears to me that the broadcast industry there is extremely excited about the Trump, you know, being president-elect. And, you know, it seems like a lot of people have been sitting on a lot of cash and just waiting to, you know, unload.
Well, it's not the FCC that people are waiting on right now. It's the SEC.
Okay. The Security Exchange Commission.
Yeah, because right now, that's why Gensler is the SEC chairman right now, and he's already announced that, Trump is going to let me resign before Trump fires me. So that's why everybody in the crypto space is getting really hyped right now, because Gensler has been real tough on cryptocurrencies. And with him out of his stance has been that these are securities and need to be regulated as securities with all the regulation that comes along with it. If you get a crypto friendly commissioner running the SEC, well, they're going to be running wild for the next 5 years. It's going to be scams all over the damn place. But then again, there were scams already. Yeah. But that's the one you're really looking for, not the FEC, not the FCC, the SEC. That's the one that's the one that everybody is salivating over right now. The ability to put out trash securities and mess. So, yeah, if Gensler goes, it's about to be the Wild Wild West again. Because truth be told, that's what was happening under Trump. You know, you know, the Sam Bankman-Frieds and them cats, you know, they were all cutting their teeth under him, and there were not a lot of rules. Now, if you get a traffic cop who says, hey, everybody speed as much as you want to, that's the place you're really looking for as far as his administration. But for the spectrum and stuff, it'll be interesting to see, you know, because right now they reserve a lot of it for emergency signals and things. I think it's going to free up a lot more TV stations and things. It was one thing, we all had televisions. We all have cell phones now. Nobody's trying to figure out how to get more antennas for broadcast TV. So you still have the NFL on television, sure. But even then, you're seeing all these websites and stuff like that horning in on that territory because it'll go there. So I don't know what'll happen next. We will see. I think it's better just hold back and just find out. I would rather spend $10 million to get in there later than to sit there now and try to figure out what you're going to do with it. That to me would be problematic.
Okay, so the reason I asked about that is because, you know, just going back to how this election played out and how everything played out, you know, again, it looks like the country is, you know, turning red or whatnot. But again, when we look at, you know, the talking points of the black media and what we have learned from you all, at the end of the day, you know, everything is always red. It only turns, and I'm paraphrasing right now, it only turns blue when, you know, the black vote turns out and we, you know, get up and show out. And from my understanding, what has occurred, or what is, you know, the expectation moving forward is with the deregulation of, you know, again, I'm mentioning the FCC because that's, you know, kind of what, you know, I'm familiar with. The goal of it is for all of the so-called purple states, you know what I mean, these red conservative media conglomerates are now going to jump in and purchase, you know, additional local television stations to keep
they may Sinclair might, but then again, that's the business that they're in. So it doesn't really hurt them to expand it, even if it's giving diminishing returns. Because that's the business that they're in. The bottom line is, I mean, show me what was the last program you turned on the TV for? So those kind of things. I don't think that I don't think broadcast television is going to 100% go away. But like Professor Scott Galloway said, it's going to be the resort of the poor and the elderly. Everybody who is up to date is online and will be online. You got kids, ain't none of them trying to figure out how to do the TV for nothing but the Xbox. So things like that. Now that might, I'm just saying, if television has a revival, it'll be sideways through things like that. Sideways through, apps that run on the TV, and if you have the Xbox and stuff like that. So it may have to smuggle its way back in through that. But as far as just on its own, I don't see it. It's not there. And that's okay too. So no, I mean, there will be some consolidation. And again, there always is. I just don't think broadcast TV is going to be viable for anybody who doesn't have hundreds of millions of dollars. And even then, they're not going to get hundreds of millions of dollars. Disney is the biggest of the big. They're trying to offload theirs now. So it'll break up and stuff like that. And maybe somebody will figure out something to do with the spectrum, and then it'll be worth something. But right now, that would be highly speculative. It is very clear where the audience is going. The infrastructure today has not been set up for big screen TVs. It's been set up for small screen cell phones. And that's how information and everything is distributed now. And I don't see that changing. If there is a change, it'll be headsets and glasses. That's going to be the next change, not another 55-inch television. I mean, think about it right now. Everybody gets their music and stuff. We don't even need radio anymore. So it's this isn't a technological shift. It's a cultural shift.
Go.
Who wants to go look for a radio or their local radio station so music is dictated to them by a DJ? Who's looking for Funkmaster Flex to tell them this is hot? You see what I mean? Who's looking for that? So this isn't technology anymore. This is a cultural shift.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything you're saying, but like I say, it was just it seemed like there was a newfound energy because the FCC has been so deregulated for, we'll just say, the past 30 years, right?
Yeah.
And so
I don't think it's going to get any worse though. I don't see a lot of consolidation beyond this. I don't really see that occurring. There's number one, I don't think the geography supports it, but number two, legally speaking, I think there'd be enough challenges to it. I think you've pretty much consolidated as much as you can. Will there be some that happen? Sure. Microsoft, and like I say, the Justice Department's filing issues with Microsoft right now. So this will probably get them off of Microsoft's back and get them off of Google's back. As far as
that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to offset the tech industry. You know what I'm saying? The boom of the tech industry and make it even when it comes to like you said a long time ago, that it's a lot of old wealth in the broadcast media. So they're trying to even the odds, so to speak. And so when I heard about that, it was just like, okay, where can the Black media fit into that? And if we could fit into that, could we pool our resources just based on all of the gains that we have made from when we talk about Black media? Obviously, you are the authority. We come to you first, but at the same time, there are a lot of other people, a lot of other Black media faces who, share like minds and share like content. And so even though the media
I'm going to warn you all about this.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to say a lot of folk don't like it because we shouldn't have to name names. When you hear me back the heck up off somebody, that's all you need to know.
Gotcha.
Jason hasn't said your name. He knows who you are, but he's not talking about you. And recently you all got reminded of that again. And it's because folk, like the fellow who called me up here earlier talking about, Jaden used the Trump Tower and whatnot. It's not that he didn't know. He knew. Yeah. It's not that he didn't know.
That's the issue. That was an interesting call.
Well, that's the issue that we tend to run into. And what I'm telling y'all is that there's a lot of folk out there. Yeah, but the motives are not good. And there's a lot of folk out there who are trying to be entertainers. And what I'm saying is that real recognizes real. Real recognizes real. And I have a feeling there are going to be some who are going to come up and it's going to be legit and they are disciplined and they're about the business. And there are going to be some changes even here, by the way. There are going to be some changes even here. But
meaning what? What? I guess what do you mean when you
things may. I would like for things to be a little more dynamic. I'll give you one thing in particular, and I'll just take this as an opportunity to address this. Simple things like, and I don't want to change for other people, but YouTube does not accommodate the type of opening I do for my program very well. It hasn't accommodated it for a very, very long time. So when you have a program that has this big, long lead in before you get to the point. So everybody loves the theme song, and that was great 15 years ago. I tried to get rid of it, and my audience revolted. Ultimately, that's going to have to change. It has to change because that is not the way that the internet works. The internet does not work on start your program and then get to the point 60 seconds later. The internet runs off of get to the point and keep running. And even if I wish it, in broadcast television days, you could get away with that. And 15 years ago, you could get away with that. And I still do it to an extent today, but it hurts you. Those are things to keep in mind. I also would like to have it be visually more dynamic, although there's a couple of nuts and bolts that go into that. We don't have the advantages of a Joe Rogan or a Tim Pool because they are actually helped by YouTube. YouTube is partnered in, at least culturally, at the very least, and behind the scenes, probably financially, as we're finding out from Tim Pool and others, they get a whole bunch of help that we don't. We used to sit up here trying to figure out how to get $100,000 a year. They were paying Tim Pool $100,000 a damn me show. The Russians were giving him $100,000 a whack. Dude, that ain't even playing. Joe Rogan signs a $100 million deal while Joe Budden is the one bringing in numbers to Spotify. This is tipping the scales and putting your fingers on the scales in other folks' favor. Ben Shapiro is giving nothing but blatant white supremacist, Zionist garbage. And yet, YouTube is pumping it out and helping it. He's attacking black people every which way he can. And YouTube is helping it. They got together with Daily Wire and they're pumping it. That's not minor. So those are things we're never going to have. Please understand that. Daily Wire makes, $100 million a year?
100 million a year easily.
Rachel Maddow gets $30 million?
She just took a pay cut. She's taking a pay cut though.
I think they cut her down to 25. Yeah, so I'm just saying, when you consider that,
she'll end up at CNN. Actually, she'll end up at CNN.
Okay, but think about that for a few moments. That's $2 million a month. That's $500,000 a week. $500,000 a week. That's a 5-day work week. That's $100,000 a day. So what I'm saying is, we're never going to get those kinds of numbers. We're never going to get that type of investment because they're being helped directly from the websites and the system itself directly in a way that we are not. We don't have that, period, because they don't want that. I mean, the bottom line is, first, if you help us get an axe, the first thing we're going to do is start whacking the tree with it. It's like, okay, we'll keep the axe out of them niggas' hands. Don't do that. And like I say, so they know what they're doing is very, very structured in that regard. Now, but I understand what you're saying. Although I'm not even really sure, after all my experience, I'm not really even sure that's the best thing either. I know everyone has a conglomeration idea, and I get it. And there is a place for that. Absolutely. And in certain regards, that is going to occur. Definitely. But when was the last time you saw Tim Pool with Joe Rogan?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's
when was the last time you saw Ben Shapiro with Tim Pool? And then we won't even talk about the minor ones like the Quartering and these whites, Nerdrotic and these other white supremacist satellites out there. We won't even talk about those right there. So if you just keep those in mind, regardless, folk being on the same page is a very powerful thing there as well. However, what you're saying, I get it. And you're absolutely right. It is not something that's missed me. Certainly I would like to see some things alter. And I've said for a long time, there will be some changes. There absolutely will.
Yeah.
Now, how well people take it or not is a different matter. But there definitely will be some changes. So keep your eyes and your ears open.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Jason. Like I say, I don't get me wrong, I did tune in late, so definitely didn't want to change the subject or whatnot. But when I tuned in earlier, we were talking about NILs, saving, sports, all that type of stuff. So it seemed like it was on a business conversation, and so I definitely did want to tune in and check in with you and just share some things from the business side when you're talking about a media perspective, because you do have a huge following. The Black media has made a huge imprint. And so when you think about, again, just from my perspective, when you talk about what broadcasters are excited about, I'm not saying it's wrong or right, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of energy, there's a lot of momentum around the candidacy and the election of Donald Trump, where people that are holding a lot of cash, you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, look, the bottom line is
what they're loading up right now.
Well, what they're interested in, the bottom line is that investment hates uncertainty. So it doesn't matter whether Trump is going to win or Harris is going to win. The most important thing for investors is the elimination of uncertainty. If Harris wins, now you need to reserve capital and put in the places where it's going to earn interest. If Trump wins, now you can deploy capital and take more risks and speculate. So the real thing is it removes uncertainty. Exactly right. So that's the big thing that you're watching. Now they know it's like, okay, we're going to get to be able to run the yard a little bit more than we were in the last 4 years. Does this turn out good? I don't know if it does or not, but that's the most that's going to happen. They're going to be able to, it's just like, okay, there are going to be fewer, the referee is going to call a looser game than they've been calling for the last 4 years. A lot of folk are going to make some money. A lot of folks are going to lose money. Sounds like more of the same in that regard. I would just recommend everybody just watch what you're doing. If you went through the first administration, you have somewhat of a cue, probably which direction things will go in, and just be ready to cash out before the bottom falls out of it. I'll let you have the last word.
Jason Black, you are the authority, and that's why I wanted to call in, because this is a point in history to where, again, if everyone is on code and we have our stuff together, there is an opportunity to, cash in and really put your money where your mouth is, particularly in the broadcast industry. Now, don't get me wrong, the broadcasting could be a dying breed, but at the same time, you have shown how we can be viable via, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, social media. We know what we could do there, but if we pulled our resources together and chimed in to getting this action on the broadcast side, that would do nothing but. I would listen. I agree with what you're saying, but I was just curious on your thoughts.
Yeah, I would need to see more before I went into broadcasting. I'd need to see more. Thank you very much for giving us a call. I'd have to see more before I did that there. I will tell you all one thing, if you want a heads up on something here, everybody about real estate. I think over the next 4 years, that may be something that folks really want to keep their eyes on there as well. I think interest rates, no matter what interest rates do, I think it is going to have an effect on real estate going up. I don't see how you make it go down at this point. I don't see anything that really causes that. So if you really want to know something that I think most of you will have access to, of course, that depends on whether or not you've been saving up money and getting your credit score together and things like that. But by the way, you want something that's a little bit more predictable in that regard. I think real estate in the right places, of course. Don't just go off and go buy some bare piece of land out there in Utah. But that might be something that you really want to get your head on there as well. But once again, if you don't have any money, it's not going to help you. If you don't have any money, it's not going to help you. Come up very, very good for having ideas, but it's like, okay, with no resources, it's not even a good idea. A whole lot has changed, people. A whole lot is going to change. We've come a long way from where we were 15 years ago. We've come a long way from there. Now you've got presidential programs and presidential campaigns that now have our fingerprints all over it. And we're just getting started. Enjoy the honeymoon while you can, President Trump. President-elect Trump, here in a little less than 60 days, you become the subject of conversation. And that's the way that goes. If you were dumb enough to listen to the jackasses on Twitter who may have made you, deceived you into a false sense of security of thinking that we were your buddies here, no, sir, we have no permanent friends and no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. So just in case you thought that your first administration with me talking about you all the time was a fluke, oh, absolutely. Well, they turned a new leaf. No, that's just the leaf blower. That's all. That was just the leaf blower. But you'll have an opportunity to learn. Hey, I want to go ahead and thank everyone, and I do mean everybody who has contributed to tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Chief Rocca, thank you very much for your support here. Nancy King, I'm grateful and thankful to you, ma'am. Andrea Roberson, that is Bay. We thank you very much for that, ma'am, as well here. Black Powder Podcast here. Thank you very much for your support, brothers. Somebody was giving out some memberships here as well. Bayou Billy. Thank you very much here. Bayou Billy was giving out some memberships here as well. Quan Chi. All right, the lost member of Wu-Tang Clan was giving out some memberships here as well. Thank you very much. That's the gift that keeps on giving. My man, Mr. Richberg. As always, thank you very much for your support. Najee, Andrew L. That's my dude. Oh, Andrew said no. Okay. Thank you very much as well, brother. Caught that late there, but thank you for that as well. Ronnie Hunter, he was running around trying to figure out what my Cash App was. They got him straightened out. Brothers and sisters, it's been a hell of a ride here. Also, Courtney. I'd forgotten about that. Courtney and Andre. Thank you very much for your support here as well. I want to thank everyone for that. Look, folk, this is community. I want to take a few moments here before I go. I want to talk about this for a few moments. This is community. You are a valued group to me. I say this every year, and this is my opportunity to remind you. We are kindred souls. This is a family here. You could be anywhere. Courtney could have been anywhere tonight. Andre could have been anywhere tonight. All of you could have been anywhere this evening. You'd be hanging out with your family and your friends. You could be indulging. You could be undisciplined. Instead, you've chosen to come here. You've chosen to come here and remain consistent, unapologetic, unadulterated, and uncompromising. It's not fun. It's not entertaining. You don't get to talk to your family and your friends about what a great time you had hanging out with Jason. You don't get to do that, and yet you've done it every year. We do this on holidays because we eat this, drink this, sleep this, breathe this, feel this. It's everything we are. This is our culture. This is our way of affirming and reaffirming that we are not part of the system. We're outside of it. We've established our own culture with our own rules. So you see, when everybody else is breathing real hard on election day and they're tired and they're winded and they're gassed out, we're still marching. We haven't lost a step. That is the result of a decade and a half of doing what we're doing. We didn't ask somebody else. Do you realize that broadcasting on the so-called holidays, this is a culture that we created. It's something that I've lived my entire life, and now I've got thousands and thousands and thousands of other people that this is what they do too. Some of you were doing it before, many of you weren't, but most of you are now, and you've realized that you can live this way. You realize that you're around people now who really get it. They see what you see because they put in what you put in. They sacrifice what you sacrificed. Everybody's in it together. I can't fake this. I can't be over here watching the football game and then hosting the program. I can't be over here doing this. You either all in or you're all out. So I want to take a moment to acknowledge all of my brothers and all of my sisters from all around the world, that this is who you are and this is what you do. That sometimes you feel ostracized, but you've gotten used to feeling like you're on the outside, and you've determined that that's good. You like being a man apart. You like being part of the elite. You like being different. And it's been my honor to serve with you. Thank you, Taryn. I want to thank all of you for tuning in to tonight's program and all the other ones that we've done throughout the years and will continue to do. This is our tradition. This is our tradition here. We've made a new way of doing things, and we're just getting started. Thank you to all of you for tuning in to tonight's program live. All right, some of you later folk, but especially the folks who are here live, because the rest of you who are sitting around stuffing your faces and eating turkey, you're going to try to sneak back in later. Oh, Jason, you didn't hear from me. I was busy. Those of you who are here live, salute to all of you. Even Elijah, but that's another story. Thank you all for watching live or recorded. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of the Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Black Authority. And to all of my brothers and all of my sisters from around the world, remember, Black is the future, and the future is uncompromising.